Welcome back. So to start, we've got quite a thing. We have Lore11 Lore who says, Terran, sorry for the old replay. I'm a new player filled with letter anxiety, which does not make any sense. If you are a new player, how is it an old replay? Maybe you were a new player at the time and you still are because you didn't play any games past that. Either way, kind of and it's not as old as I thought. I thought with that we were gonna see like November of 2019, but no, it's actually February 25th. Which, as of this, as they say, many of you, because you're much older than me, will understand a taping of this.
Oh, a follower. Is that all?
It's not. It's a couple weeks. That's not bad. That's fine. This is where we see yada yada yada, Psystorm, yada. I assume this is the right one. Yeah. Platinum. Now, of course, we've reached the, So what's the situation? We'll explain this at the start, because it'll come up again. So what I expect is going to happen is I'm going to explain it, and then as soon as I get done, somebody's going to ask something directly related, invalidating my entire point, because that's my life. But, currently, many players who place into Masters League. They're still 2,000 MMR, 3,000 MMR. They still get matched up against 3,000 MMR. But they get to Masters 3. Congratulations. Does it mean they are Masters 3? No. Does it mean Masters 3 means anything? No. You know what matters? The matchmaking rating, which you have to play games to have. That is all that matters. Nothing else matters. The imbalance of whatever the fuck you expect it to be does not matter. When you are 1/4 the MMR and 1/10 the APM of Raynor, it doesn't fucking matter. But at least playing the game within 2 weeks is where we're gonna start. So I'll give you that. Here we are. A Terran, yes.
Command center upgrade. Donation confirmed.
Teach me the basics. I'm a noob Zerg. As a reference, I am a D3 toss.
No.
Add-on complete.
Oh, good.
Thank you, FF Mika,
Now I have
for the
your
tier 3.
attention.
WNTR love.
Add-on complete. Command center upgrade complete.
So, while we want to build something out of the factory, and maybe check if he's actually expanded. Ah yes, the classic, I'm a new player, except my build order is more figured out than 90% of Diamond players. I mean, the build's good. It's a build.
Add-on.
The depots are a little weird,
Your forces
but like,
under attack.
they're on time. It's not like 7 depots for the sake of having 7 depots. I mean, this is your typical Terran player. Your typical Terran player has a build order notebook, like, with fucking tabs collating and organizing certain different builds against different matchups, which are all well and good, and usually get you all set up until everyone has a plan, as has been said, until they get punched in the mouth. And what happens to many of those Terrans is all their perfectly laid plans at even the slightest hint of getting punched in the mouth, they go up and spontaneously combust. Whereas Protoss are essentially the opposite. They just got punched in the mouth several times, I assume, as a child. So they were never good with numbers or like words or sometimes coherent thought, but they can make any amount of Protoss units, and usually that gets them far enough, and they want to know why doesn't work 100% of the time. And then Zerg players are a little bit of a mix. At first you have like I like playing Starcraft, but I don't like having to try. And then you have Zerg is actually the most complicated race, and I'm a very smart person. Said only by very not smart people. But like, it's a bit of a it's harder to pinpoint Zerg. But Terran and Protoss is a significant split. Because as you know, as Neeb knows, you either die a Terran or you live long enough to switch to Protoss and win 3 WCS championships. You might be like, what? What do you mean? Did Neeb switch to from Terran? That's ridiculous. I didn't know Neeb was a Terran. Exactly.
Add-on complete.
Yeah, this is an actual build. To an extent. All done with 96 APM, which is not an insult, that's a compliment.
Research. Your forces are under attack.
Did we kill the warp prism? Almost. Why is there a Colossus over here? The world may never know. Alright, there's the contact with said enemy. So a big important part of having units that are biological is healing. Ah, here we go. Here they are. Okay. No. Okay, so that is 1 Colossus. And however many Stalkers. This is a maximum maybe of 1 Colossus and like 10 Stalkers. Do we need 60 army supply to deal with 15? I don't know. Those are Protoss units.
Upgrade complete.
And let us dispel with the rumor that you were actually using hotkeys here. I do appreciate the pretend, like the stand-in. Like, giving us the plausible deniability of not using the select all army hotkey as soon as enemy units exist. But this Marine tells us the whole story. Alright, so we absolutely crushed it because that was no units at all. Just obliterated that army. And kind of tried to build units behind it to an extent. Now this is when you need to be building units. Right now. There you go. So when you're at this situation, let's take a look. This is going to become important because fucking Terran players are so annoying. It's like, oh, Winter, it's an old game. 2 weeks old is not old. If you don't know that, okay. Whatever. It's like, I'm a new player, has a build order more figured out than some players at 3,000 games. But what I assume is going to happen is we're going to eventually attack and then micro. And the micro is where it's all going to go wrong.
Mineral field depleted.
Usually a lot of things go fine until the micro begins. No. How does this go wrong?
Upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted.
No, that was good on the tanks. I mean, kind of fat fingering a lot of the production hotkeys. You need 5 Rex, maybe 8 Rex. By the time you're getting a 4th base.
Upgrade. Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack.
And here comes Donkey Toss with 700 charge lots. So this is the most important time to actually be building other things, like units. When you got 3,400 minerals, when you got 1,300 gas, why don't you lend Kybrit some of these minerals? Because he's obviously so bad at managing his money both in and out of game that some weeks he can afford 150 bucks of terrible replays, but he's over here fucking begging on the Twitch chat street to put together another 39. Maybe plan ahead, but that would be too much to ask. Unlike for Sunnyish here. Okay, so one, this is obviously a terrible time to siege your tanks. This is where micro goes wrong. And also two, this is why we put, well, actually the starport is on the hotkey, so yeah, you can't just siege all your tanks. And this is why we got 5, 6, 7, 8 rags. This is why Widow Mines exist. This is why Liberator, like, you can't be trickling in 3 Marines at a time into someone who's literally just warping in charge lots and happen to spit out a Colossus or 2.
Base your forces are under attack.
That was the punched in the mouth part. No, I wouldn't worry too much about upgrades here. I would worry about building out of your starport. First priority, you know what the best units are? You know what a force multiplier is? You know, let's imagine a Marine is 1 unit. A Marine is a basic unit. So that implies that any unit that is better than a Marine is better than a Marine. So instead of building Marines, how about we build, you know, like fucking Liberators or something? But then we would have to hit the tab key too many times, and that would be far too difficult. We don't even have the money for Liberators anyways. So,
Donation confirmed.
Please add a Kybrit's tab.
no, a little late for that.
Your forces are under.
Before you get your 5th command center, I'd recommend getting 5 more rags. You got 3, you're not running out of minerals, you're running out of manpower.
Base is under attack.
Also, siege tanks are mediocre. Liberators are better. Like, getting 5, 10 siege tanks is good until you siege them up with charge lots all up in their grill.
Base is under attack.
So yeah, you know, with your help and your support, you can make people. You know, I am not yet a billionaire, guys. You know, believe it or not, I am not yet worth $1 billion. We're working on it, okay? With your help, you can make the difference. Donate today. Thank you, everyone, for your efforts to one extent or another. This was a classic split. This is when the book-smart Terran goes up against the Donkey Toss, and the usual outcome is exactly what we saw there. Reminds me of Clem versus Zest. Reminds me of Clem versus Zest. Now this isn't gonna work perfectly. But Clem versus Zest, I don't want to spoil too much. But this is what it looked like every time. And yes, you're welcome. Clem versus Zest. Being compared to Clem is not a terrible place to be. I'll give you that. But here you have the Terran player with their fancy sword, and then the Protoss comes in with their charge lots. The Terran player can do whatever sort of fancy micro. They can do whatever sort of great macro. They can get their upgrades. But eventually, when 38 charge lots show up, you has to respond. And the correct response is not sieging up your tanks in their face. So, build units. Okay. Build more barracks. Build more units. Even then, if you had 8 barracks instead of 3, if you have more command centers than barracks past the 5-minute mark, you've got a problem. Or you're playing mech, which is another set of issues. But at the end of the day, it's a B. For your build was good, but everything else was bad. Unfortunately, I'm gonna leave that at Marines 15%. And it was alright, obviously, and boringly. But at some point. Ah, yes. Our first of today's Masters Tour. We have the great Counter-Strike player. Coming in at 272 actions per minute and 3,476 action MMR. You might be like, Winter, wait, that's not Masters. You're right. But nothing matters anymore, so deal with it. That is about as much, if not more, APM than me as Zerg. Though not quite the MMR. In fact, about like 40% less, but sure. So, make sure to get yours out. Get out your spork. It's time. My MMR is like half that, and I'm Masters. Yeah, so, I just wanna, it amuses me, but also depresses me. So just real quick, I wanna expand. I can't stop myself on this point. So let's look at the ladder. Okay? Let's look at the stats. I'm not talking about Protoss players. So at the end of last season, Masters was 4.5%. Silver was 22%, and Bronze was about 8.5%. This season, Masters is 13.8%, Silver is 18.9%, and Bronze is 3%. Who needs your fancy-ass clickbait Bronze to Masters series when you could just log in and play? But only halfway through the season. Everybody who actually played a fucking game in the first month doesn't get that opportunity. Only after, only the people who don't play for the first month and a half of the season were lucky enough. So, guess who you get? You know what's more important than Zergling speed? Your Zerglings getting a good calisthenics and shit. Doing a little workout. Moving my ovies. You'd think by the time... for someone whose APM is so high, your ability to remember your basic fucking upgrade, it's almost on the level. It's actually probably worse than forgetting your orbital. And about on par with forgetting your second pylon. Zergling speed it's a staple. You need it. It's like I'm having meat and potatoes, except you don't have any meat and potatoes. All you have is a bowl in which you're going to put the meat and potatoes. What are you going to do with slow Zerglings? You're going to be over here with fucking 336 APM, jerking off your Zerglings. getting somehow surprised by the most obvious thing in the history of the world. The only three things that are guaranteed in life are death, taxes, and of course a fucking scouting reaper. But somehow that is more surprising than the need to get Zergling speed. So already, strike one. Because this is advanced platinum at best. Advanced platinum, especially for Zerg, is marked by people who have Zergling rush their way into enough bases, like Terrans and Protoss hit a wall at what was formerly known as gold, because they don't build a wall. Whereas Zergs get to platinum because of that exact same reason. Because at some stage, it doesn't matter. Eventually you have a bunch of Zerglings. But no brain. Here we are. Like, we still... Are you going to get Zergling speed? So there are two options here. Strike 2 is if you now get Zergling speed. You could save face by pretending you didn't want Zergling speed and this was just some silly Ravager all-in or something that you were saving up gas for. I mean, we both know that's not the case because that would require thinking ahead. So let's not get crazy. But I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. But if you start Zergling speed now, that's strike 2 and getting me that much closer to getting the fuck out of this game because it's already a disaster. Like, if I actually wanted you to improve, which I've given up on a long time ago, then I would just quit the game because you can't fucking forget Zergling speed for twice the time it takes a mine 100 gas. That's like, I put on 1 sock today. It's like, okay, great job. That's actually possibly worse than 0 socks. Like, either no socks or both socks. It's not quirky, it's not cute, it's just possibly mentally challenged. But you are Zerg, so here we are. Stop. You know what? No, I'm done. Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here!
We can waste the next 16 minutes. Oh wait, how long was that? I do want to get an idea of how long that game was. Because of course we're using drop.sc. Drop.sc is also SC2 replay stats, fun fact. Except it's SC2 replay stats for people who are too lazy to set up an account like they actually want to improve. Ta-da! We did it. Okay, yada 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 yada. I win the game. Good job, me. Fucking incredible. Cool. U60CF. Okay, he says he's the Terran. Yeah, but his Twitch name is U60CF28, which is like, is that your army serial number or something? Or maybe your serial number? Hello, I'm Defender. Yeah, I got that. You said you were the Terran. Made it in first grade, kept on using it. I didn't know they had the internet 35 years ago. No. With Terrans, you can't go that direction, Sheba. Come on. There are no Terran players. Like, it's like PlanetSide. Okay? There are no Terran players with disposable income. You see, you gotta think about the demographic. There are plenty of young Terran players, but they're not paying money for this, which is good. And then there are older Terran players who have the money management skills of the younger Terran players, and they're named Kybrit. So, we can just kind of like, we can plug in whatever we want there, but the Terrans are still the same.
command center is much improved.
The Manx voice pack, I gotta approve.
Your add-ons primed.
I was waiting. Thank you, XBigJ, for being the one. Of course, like, this is when we say leave the coaching to the professionals. He was building SCVs, his add-ons on time, his orbital isn't late. He actually microed his Reaper and built SCVs, but of course there was going to be someone who was going to point out he's microing his Reaper. No, it's actually not a mistake in this case. I just had to wait until somebody couldn't help themselves.
And center upgrade.
It's actually quite good on that.
I'll be by for inspection.
No, the starport should have already begun. Now it's falling apart, but it's unrelated to the Reaper. Like, you gotta... The starport is 100 gas late. It's not nearly remotely as bad as for getting speed for the entire length of the speed upgrade, but here we are. Yeah, this... Okay, now it's a strike. Now would be a good time to point out. I don't know what you're doing, but the lack of a starport is either a mistake or it's a mistake. There are two different versions. There's the, well, I didn't want a starport, which is wrong, or there's the, I forgot a starport, which is also wrong, but more forgivable. Yeah, like, what are we waiting for? Legitimate question. U60 CF28. What is this? Oh, I get gas before starport. Like, okay. Yeah, that's how it works. So, when you have 700 minerals and 350 gas, what are we saving up for? The next fucking revolution? Are we gonna send it to Panama? What are we doing? I generally only need 2 medevacs for the follow-up tank push, and the early starport doesn't end up being used. So is this your own original build? That you've come up with? Terran music is so good. Notably, I do not have a book of pro builds to look at. Well, that is for better or worse clear. Your build, this is not a build. This is like, my build is, like, I want to show up at 10 o'clock, okay? Like, we're going to be there at 10 o'clock. But what if I showed up, like, you bring a bottle of wine and, I don't know, a fucking, like, we're going to the book club. Okay? We know how to read. We're Terran. We're going to the book club. You need to bring your book and a bottle of wine. And what you did was you drank half the wine. You showed up without your book. You're like, guys, I'm here. It's 10:45. Put a shirt on. What the fuck is this? Like, what you're saying, you don't have a need for a starport during a follow-up tank push. You don't have any tanks. You don't have the ability to build tanks. You got 700 minerals. You can build 2 more command centers pretty damn soon. You're building supply depots for reasons that remain unknown to anyone. You're like, well, I need to wall off. Well, maybe build a production facility. This is probably he's higher MMR than the Terran we saw earlier, Mr. Platinum New Terran, because it is better to have your own ground out terrible build that you've worked out yourself because you actually play fucking games than it is to have a notebook you're following perfectly until you aren't. But not by that much. Because, like, there's no, like saying I don't have a use for the early starport is about as creative as peeking in 1st grade with your fucking Twitch username and saying, you know what? It's not gonna get any better than that, and neither is your fucking build. I like how your SCV is discovering what your build's going to be as time goes on.
Add-on complete. Now use it. An upgraded command center.
Eventually we'll get there. It's all coming. These are all the things you eventually want. Like, it's just building 5-6 extra depots, having 0 starports. How about a Viking? How about a goddamn Viking? Maybe Bumble Skunk. That'd be far too difficult to micro. How about killing their overlords? Angry coach used to be more viscerals. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I not yelling enough? I forgot. Nowadays, if I'm not slamming people for how terrible they are, and the fact that they don't actually pay any attention until I wake them up 30 seconds or 30 minutes in to Angry Coach, because like what we really need is a viral clip of someone yelling to really understand anger. Because when my dad was angry, and he wasn't angry, that's, make no mistake, in this case, I'm your dad. When he was very angry, very loud, okay, and that's what you associate with. But I can be perfectly angry and still maintain my voice, because it's not worth wasting my voice, which I use for casting people who have brains, on people who don't. Like, I'm still disappointed. I'm still, like, he used the word cringe unironically, but then once again, he did say he made his name in 1st grade, which I don't even necessarily remember my teacher in 1st grade, assuming I had one. Maybe I'm self-taught, I don't know. Kind of a, no, I think I don't know. But yes, that's the internet. But just because I'm not yelling, just because I'm not raising my voice, doesn't mean I'm lowering my expectations and still being disappointed.
New subscriber detected.
Thank you, Pyramid 3.
New add-on ready.
Okay, yes, you do have scan, that is good.
Your add-on's primed.
Okay, you could deny all his creep tumors. Or you could work on lowering the unemployment rate under 10% for your SCVs. I know it seems like an either-or type of thing, but I would argue that maybe before scanning and walling off your own tanks, this is a classic, like, wannabe pro Terran move, is like doing the add-on switching and ring around the, like just being very clever with your base instead of just building fucking barracks on time. Like, let him have his creep. How about you control F1, select all your idle SCVs, except at least one of them is also stuck. Work on your own shit. Alright? Maybe look at your own house, get it in order, before worrying about poking and prodding at his. Let's be realistic here. At least you have a realistic amount of APM. And I will admit that if that Zerg player we had, his name was literally I played the worst, but like, if he had less than 200 APM, we would have watched this whole replay, but he offended me with his negligence and his blatant intent of EPing waving as opposed to improving. And I believe you want to improve. So stop doing this and make your SCVs get back to work. Who cares? He can have a little bit of creep. Mining another few hundred minerals a minute is much more important than killing 2 creep tumors.
New add-on ready. The research is done. Now, show me results.
The tank is actually entirely blocked in. It cannot get out. How is he going to solve this problem? Twitch chat sub opportunity. What is the first thing he's going to do? If the people are right, does he lift one of the wrecks? Does he lift the factory? Which would require, by the way, canceling the tank. Or does he destroy... He still can't get out, more than likely, unless he destroys the tech lab. But how is he going to handle this? I'm saying the first thing he does. And if it's none of the above, I have underestimated both his creativity and stupidity. If it's like, I'm going to get a medevac, or I'm just going to leave it, then everyone wins anyways. Alright, the people say, lifting not the factory. Alright, for 3 subs. No, this is obvious. We got a quandary here, if you would. Let us see how it is solved.
The enemy's begun hostility.
Well, the people win. It doesn't solve the problem, but that is the first thing he did. So, did not solve it, but that was the first attempt. Good job, Twitch chat. But that was the first instinct. And here we go. It's gonna take more time than it would have taken to just build buildings somewhere else to solve this, but let's see where we go from here. You know what? I'm giving Twitch chat credit. They said destroy something was second. I'm gonna give them the wombo combo. Alright, we're gifting 10 to the people. Alright, there you go. Be happy.
Has arrived. And his name is John C.
Sick build.
Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now?
Drop. SC replay 18,385,580 mistakes were made.
That's a lot of mistakes. Then the tank immediately pops out. There's still 4 unemployed SCVs. You know what? He built some more Marines. We'll give him a little credit.
Add-on complete. Now use it.
The scans.
Your upgrade is... Your research is complete.
I mean, this isn't a terrible 1-1 push. The fact we're not building any more medevacs, like, I'm pretty sure not all the barracks are hotkeyed. Let's see. Well, they are. Not all of them are rallied, just slightly different. But, like, the pieces are there. Okay. You can drop a mule or two to mine through that, though it's not a, I mean, if you really want.
Please. Now your base is under attack. How will you respond? Your force is under attack.
This Zerg is in Masters? Question mark, question mark, question mark! You're like fucking 20 minutes late. No, he's not. And neither was the last one. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But if you added 3 or 4 more question marks, then maybe, maybe I could get the gist.
Hitting your base. Spring. Mineral patch has been stripped.
Irish Carbonite. 88 months.
Usually scraping diamond, but never getting there.
Mineral patch has been
I only really have time to play on the weekends. Pick your poison.
New subscriber detected.
Okay.
mineral field is depleted. I hope you aren't
WNTRPOG.
just sitting. Your force is under attack. Take control of the situation.
What a time to look away.
The enemy's in our
But this is the difference between our Platinum Terran friend and our Diamond veteran. He looked away, his army got obliterated. Look at the supply.
Pay attention. The enemy's begun hostilities. Mineral field is out. Claim another. Your enemy raid on our forces. Be pragmatic.
That's how games are won.
Claim another.
As Manx knows, it's not about how many men die, it's about how many you can send in for the next round.
Raid is complete. Let's see what all that research money bought. You've emptied a vest. A mineral field is depleted. Our army. And the mineral field. Well, it's all in order.
That was, I mean, that was the best issues to have, which is maybe have a build a starport. Instead of worrying about your fancy add-on switching, just don't wall off your own goddamn tank. The most difficult part of that game was figuring out how to get your tanks out of your factory. The macro was good. I'm gonna give it 40% to the Marines, putting us at 55. But like, you don't just build a starport because you can't find a use. You don't just not build a starport. If I could navigate around my words. Just because it's like, well, I don't see a need for it. Well, find one.
New subscriber
In every single professional game,
MWUAH.
or anyone pretending to be, you know, they build a starport. Maru, every single goddamn time, builds a starport eventually. He doesn't wait, like, an extra 2 minutes just because, like, I don't know, what am I going to do with it? Like, build a Viking. There you go. I found you a purpose. We'll take into account. Okay, thanks for penciling me in. Speaking of Diamond Terran. Oh wait. It was so this is not for our last player, this is for the Zerg. I just moved on. Shame. We did forget to throw that one in there. Alright, DJ Merlin against Jack Daniel. Maybe you should break up with her. Can we see the queue? No. Thank you, Boner Patrol, for 32 months.
CC upgrade done. Your SCVs will be DED if you don't stop them. Your add-on is all done. Command center upgrade.
DJ Merlin, do my coaching for me. Come on. Not you, X Big J. You don't get takebacks. You can't just keep saying shit until it works. What will this accomplish? I mean, it's not really what I'm worried about. Why are you attacking a queen? The fact it's taken you 3 tries to figure out that what I'm looking at is not in the middle of the screen. There you go. You got 400 gas. Even after building the elusive starport, you got 700 minerals, you have 0 SCVs in production. So, SCVs. They take 12 seconds to build. We last built an SCV at 345. We got 2 orbitals. So, it took us about 24 seconds. You lost 4 SCVs. You have to kill at least 4 drones now just to even things out. And that's even... Okay, so you're just gonna... So your plan was to get into his mineral line and then just, like, fuck off. It was at that moment you're like, now I'm macroing. You went into his mineral line to the point where drones are killing your fucking Hellions. Like... The drones have now gotten more kills on Hellions than the Hellions have gotten kills on the drones. This is obviously not a great use of your time. Though, apparently you're playing players who are like, oh my god, Hellions? I need spine crawlers. Oh my god, what a disaster. And then, you're losing the Hellions again. Wow, okay, so... You deserve each other. Let's put it that way. Both of you. He's got 1,200 minerals. He built 2 spy. He killed 2 of his own drones for you. You killed 8 drones, but you also definitely missed building at least 6 to 8 SCVs. So at the end of the day, you're both fucking terrible. In completely predictable ways. So at least matchmaking is working. So that's good. Despite what leagues everyone is, leagues have always just been a way of putting a pretty face on your terrible MMR. MMR has always worked, even before we could see MMR. Matchmaking has always been pretty solid, no matter how you may feel about it. So here we are. But yeah, league doesn't matter. Tier of league doesn't matter. Bonus pool, ladder rank, like gold rank 4 is no better necessarily. It might be worse than gold rank 28. Because that's just not how it works. Does dick size matter? That's a great question. Thank you, Twitch chat. Let's put it this way. Just because you have high APM doesn't mean your macro is very good. Also, what is this build? We're going... You can't just be like, well, I forgot to build shit for a minute, so now I'm building 2 factories, an armory, and another starport. This is the, I guess I'm building more stuff. What was your plan going into this game? What's your plan? Was there a plan? I think we both know the answer to that. And let's make it clear, you've now won the game. Besides, of course, this happening, which I didn't expect that. I just really thought this Zerg was terrible, and I'm still right. But, like, this is, like, the perfect amount. This is, like, the Goldilocks zone of stupidity. Like, it's so obvious that it's not obvious anymore. It's, oh, God, it's...
Oh, it's so fucking stupid. It hurts so much.
Add-on finished up. You picked that one? Add-on is
No.
Add-on complete. The enemy is attacking your SCVs. That is gone. You must construct.
Like, you can micro your laser bathtub all you'd like. So what do I do now? No, you don't build fucking Vikings. You build Cyclones and Hellions. God damn it. Have you never seen Cyclone Hellion? I don't believe you. Alright. Build. I am bad with it. You know what else you're bad at? Everything else. So might as well build the right fucking units. What are you good with? Are you gonna tell me you're good with fucking battle cruisers? Because that's not true. What are you good with?
Mineral field depleted.
Vikings do not counter corruptors. Vikings die to corruptors. The only time that Vikings don't die is when they have some anti-air. And Thors don't even really kill corruptors. They can just run away. Like, oh wow, they just died. One Cyclone and this was all solved. All you needed to do was build one Cyclone. Not one fucking Reaper. I don't know why and where you're building a Reaper. I don't know why there's a tech lab on this, Rex. You've got the Skittles variety pack of bases here, building 2 more armories, but one... You're building 0 units that shoot up effectively. And I'm not counting Vikings. We saw what just happened. You had 3 Vikings, he had 4. It's the classic. It's like Artosis loves in Terran versus Terran. It's like when one Terran has 4 Vikings and another Terran has 3 Vikings, and the Terran with 3 Vikings is microing the Vikings like they're ever gonna fucking win. That's you. Except, it doesn't matter how many Vikings, because you can't build enough Vikings to counter 4 corruptors. I'd be like, well, I have a Thor out here. Yes, Thor is well known for their micro-intensive gameplay and ability to chase down flying units with great effectiveness. Just build what... It's like, well, I'm not very good with Cyclones, so I just don't build them. Okay, then why the fuck are we here? Why the fuck are you sending me any sort of replay? What do you want from me? I'm telling you build Cyclones. You say you're bad. Is that the end of the conversation? Because we can just leave now. Thank you, $7.99 large 2-topping pizza for 19 months.
You're all mined out of that mineral field. Base under attack. Your add-on is
I'd be like, see, Winter, Cyclones don't counter mutas, except they kind of do. You have 5 or 6 Cyclones, it's much easier. And I'd be like, how was I supposed to get 5? You got 5 Vikings? You got 5 Vikings during this disaster?
More supply depots, my friend. Your base is under attack.
Oh my god. We lost a command center to Corruptors.
Your upgrade is
And apparently, it's far too difficult to use any army hotkeys. We now have discovered the beauty of the hidden base with the Reaper that shouldn't have been built, of all things. Wow, what a disaster this is. Are you telling me you didn't build an engineering bay? So your battle cruiser was in his natural, killing his spine crawlers, which, let's just stew on that for a moment. And it got attacked by Corruptors. Okay, so that wasn't super fun, but at least you know they're Corruptors. Are you telling me you just finished the engineering bay? You didn't tell me that. I saw it just finish. So, you didn't think you needed an engineering bay?
Love you.
When on the other side of the map, on his front lawn, he comes running out of his house with half a dozen Corruptors? You're like, no, Vikings will cut it. Did you know each Viking is more fucking expensive than the engineering bay?
Good. Now
Each
I have
one
your
of your useless fucking Vikings is more expensive than the engineering bay itself. But here we are. You know you can take the barracks off of your production hotkey and make your life a lot easier. Do Liberators perform better than Vikings against Corruptors? Cyclones perform better than Vikings against Corruptors. That's not what I asked, Winter. Well, yours is a stupid question.
SCVs are under attack. It's a disaster. Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice.
I think you just really bored. It's not that stupid, though. No, they don't. Not anymore. They're more expensive with minimal effectiveness. Build Cyclones. And/or Widowmines. And eventually Thors. The Cyclones are so you don't die while you get Thors. You don't just build Hellbats and tanks and be like, well, I guess I can't use Cyclones because I fucking suck.
Expecting Masters in another 8 years.
No.
Help
You can
me
expect
get there
Masters.
for money.
All you have to do right now is do your placement matches. Ideally lose. What I've noticed is I had an account that was in gold because fuck me, right? I won a game as Terran because, of course, I got placed in the gold. Same account. I lost a game as Zerg. Masters 3, baby. All aboard. Let's go. And that's how it works now, because the intern's on vacation. Wow. You really need to stop microing against random shit at the natural. Okay? Alright? I don't care how many overlords you kill. If you had just gone up the ramp instead of enjoyed how effective your Thors were against the overlord. You know what? He actually already had all the spines. I'll give you that. Fair enough.
The enemy is attacking your base.
So he's taken a hidden base before. No, don't do it.
Your precious base. It took dozens.
Vikings have not countered anything. How you doing, Ricky? At no point, how much money have we wasted on Vikings? Oh my god.
PM to build. Base under attack. Corner of right. Your base is under assault. Maru and Cyril make it look so easy.
So yeah, he had this base. When he's down to one base, or so you think, maybe come defend your... build Cyclones. Don't build Vikings. Vikings don't counter air. Vikings make you think you've countered air, but you have to remember, this isn't the fucking Wings of Liberty campaign. You don't have Vikings that are cosplaying as Valkyries. They're just Vikings, and they're bad. Do they counter air in TVT? This isn't TVT.
Now
TVT is when you play against Terran. That was a Zerg. Zergs you can tell because of the way they are. Thank you, Heracilla. The tier 3 sub, 44 months. That's like 20 years. Oh, that was an old-ass game, too, wasn't it? Of course it was. Wait. Why did you send me your account if the game was going to be from 2 months ago? When was the last time you played a fucking game? I didn't actually notice that. Ah, yeah, January. Sending me your account like, I'm practicing, I want to improve. I didn't notice until now I have to relog into the game because apparently, like, there was a co-op bug where one of the talents on fucking Zagara didn't work. So therefore, all replays before January 30th are out of date. That was the last time the intern was in. Oh yes, Masters versus Diamond, 3100 MMR. Nothing means anything anymore. Of course, it's Thorzane. It's Diamond Terran Knight. And I don't even... Does practicing in campaign count? For what? Graduating from kindergarten? Oh yeah, that last game? That was... I don't even know anymore. I can't even use the leagues as a gauge. So I'm going to use 200 MMR. Alright, what's your hope of in the next few weeks increasing by 200 MMR? It's fucking 0, because you haven't played a game in 2 months. But if you were to, I'd say it's C, as in, maybe you wouldn't lose MMR. So, like, it's alright. Your build wasn't terrible. It just, like, it wasn't even terrible in a fun way. It was just mediocre as fuck. So, I'm sure you're used to that, but here we are again. Make your replays backwards compatible? They are. Don't take this as a complaint about the replay system. I don't think you understand how good we have it. That is actually a very difficult something. I have 10 gigabytes of replays or so in the Starcraft folder. That's like tens of thousands. The replay system is actually quite impressive. What it does is it goes back to the old game state and it reads out the replay, and that's why you can't skip the things. You know what happens in Age of Empires? Age of Empires 2, which is possibly the only other competitive RTS. Get out of here, people who are telling me Company of Heroes is like an esport. Yeah, go tell the 4 pro players that. No offense. Some offense. But like, Age of Empires, there's a small patch, which is kind of pretty common. Guess what happens to your replays? Go fuck yourself. Okay? The replay system in StarCraft is actually quite good. The players are not. And it is even any tiny patch. But at least I can watch them. And then complain. There's that. It is a mild inconvenience as opposed to a complete lack of options.
CC upgrade done. You remember this time? Wow.
Thorzane. Not that Thorzane, I hope. Some of you are old enough to know what I mean. What is this? What are you doing here? One to go Mass Marine. Okay.
Your add-on has been constructed.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
Forces.
How many SCVs are we building? 0. How many SCVs should we be building?
New
More than
subscriber
0.
detected.
All right, that's how it works. If you want to build more than
Under
0
attack.
SCVs,
The boys are next.
like you can't just not build SCVs. Like this is why you're what was formerly known as fucking platinum. All right. You stop building SCVs at 220. The next time you build an SCV, okay, we slip one in there. So we missed one. We missed one SCV. One SCV
Add-on
dead.
complete.
Next one, 230.
Army under attack. Stim to win.
You lost 2 SCVs. You think that was worth? So you killed how many probes? You killed 2 probes. So it all evens out. Except the only thing you had to do to be ahead here was build SCVs. I know
The
it sounds
enemy engaged.
difficult.
Your forces. You're
So why are we getting... Why the NG Bay? You said we were doing 111 to build mass marines. But 1... Okay, you know what? A lot of questions. 1, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What the... Why are we walling off the low ground? What do you mean 111 for mass marines? That doesn't make any sense. Why do we get the NG Bay in such a weird location? What's the plan here? What are we doing? Are we just, like, gonna throw everything in and then in 3 minutes hope we have stim, combat shields, +1 and everything and pretend like this 5 minutes didn't happen?
add-on is.
We'll just tend to forget NG Bay. So that answered none of my questions.
Your
Okay,
CC
though.
is now a BCC, a better command center.
New subscriber.
Yeah, like I've said so many times.
WNT.
Not all games below what was formerly known. Not all games. I'm just going to start using MMR numbers. Because that's where we're headed. One way or another. Not all games below 4K MMR are decided in the first 5 minutes. But 95% of them could be. Very simply, if either player is capable of having 5 minutes of an actual build rather than the artistic interpretation learned secondhand through a fucking grade schooler, then they would pretty easily walk across and win the game at some time in the next 5 minutes after that. But here we're building turrets. Like, you did scout. You saw a robo. You didn't see the forge. Like, you saw I wasn't going Stargate. I mean, I don't mind the turrets. But this is not a build. We're just gonna throw shit out there till I eventually have the army I want. And that's not how builds work. That's a build order stew at best. Like, you take the leftovers from a good fucking build, you throw them in the fridge, you pull them out tomorrow, you put them in a pot, you stir it around, maybe add some salt. There's already plenty of salt, but whatever. And boom, there you go. You got your build. Yeah, you saw the Observer. You know, that Observer micro was top-notch from him because you obviously saw the Observer, which was good. And proceeded to ignore the rest of your entire build. Like, you're sitting here with a reactor. The reactor expires. You can't just leave it in the fridge. You built a reactor to build one Viking. Like, this is the opposite problem of whatever Mr. Cringeface, his words, had. He's like, I don't build a starport because I don't know what to build with it. I thought you were going to be clever and, like, make the reactor for a barracks or something. At least have a good excuse, but these barracks have just been sitting here while you try to micro a Viking against an Observer, while he micros an Observer, or, well, he's not microing. He's not even paying attention to his Observer, so that's good for him, I guess. I really thought he'd be staring at it too, but no. Like, you're building 0 units. You have no add-ons. You said you're going to go mass marine. You know what's pretty good for marines? Stim and combat shields. Maru, and I know that's about the highest standard, but Maru has stim, combat shields, +1, a 3rd command center, 2 medevacs at maybe 6 minutes. You can't even put together a fucking tech lab to pretend to do an impression of that at 6 minutes. That's where we are. I know you might be like, well, being a couple minutes behind Maru isn't that bad. There's only been 6 minutes. You are queuing up 2 medevacs. What are you gonna put in the fucking medevacs? What goes in the medevacs? If you can tell me what realistically is going to go in these medevacs, then maybe we'll continue this replay. $66111 double medevac marine drop. Are you talking about Maru? Because Maru, like, we may have one random ass tank. We may have +1 for 7 marines. There's also a cyclone. We can fill up the 2 medevacs because of the cyclone and the tank with unstimmed marines. So here's what you get. Here's what's gonna happen. I will forgive you. No, I won't forgive you, and I'll never forget. But we will continue this replay. This is strike 1 just for general and overwhelming incompetence. But as long as you don't just load up the fucking medevacs in your base with no knowledge of what's happening on the map, as long as you walk across with your useless, unupgraded fucking marines and your tank and your random cyclone, as long as you walk across with some semblance of balls as opposed to whatever you call this, then we'll continue. But if you fucking load up 2 medevacs of this disaster, we're done. Now, in your defense, and this is a plus side for you, you're very supply blocked, okay? So that's good, because this will give you time to contemplate all the things you didn't do.
Add-on finished up. You picked that one? Upgrade completed. Your forces are just a...
We're just gonna sit here building fucking turrets. Why are we building turrets? Because Protoss is scary. Is this really the place we need a turret? Does anybody fly the warp prism in here? Is that what they do? They don't fly it in the back of the main? They fly it directly, like on a direct path towards the main? This turret's gonna be high value? I'm sure.
A little bit better.
You know, in his mind, 1, we're not thinking about what the turrets are for. We're building turrets. 2, you know what's scarier? Void rays. We did see a robo. But did we? We did see an observer. But it could be void rays. Observer denial. Let the boy watch. I don't give a fuck about observers. Because if he's anything remotely close to you, and matchmaking still does work, then every second he spends looking at your army is 50 less seconds he spends looking at his. Okay, so we're going to revise the statement. You didn't just pick up 2 random-ass medevacs of marines with no upgrades. I'll give you that. But if now you leave 3 tanks at home, the only choice here is to do a tank push. If you do not move out with your tanks...
Your research...
this is like the worst of both worlds, but I'm going to allow it because at least he's bringing the tanks.
It's complete.
Like... Did you see what's over here? Was that an observer? A probe. There was a probe over here. Why was there a probe? I don't know. Like, we're gonna take the fucking scenic route, because you know what attack timings are all about. You know the best way to do an attack timing is take as long as possible to get there, right? Like, attacks are all about surprise. He probably won't build any units if you don't attack him. So, like, when you strike him with all these units, he probably won't have any. It'll probably go great because of that. That's how it works. Like, out of sight, out of mind, right? That's why you don't scout.
Research finished, but I'm still waiting on high-sec auto tracking.
That went way better than I had any right to because he microed. It's shit like this. Is that fucking building armor? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Look how bad you can be and still beat Protoss. Oh my god. Holy shit. Protoss units just can't stand up to this level of profound Terran. Now, of course, the Protoss doesn't have any upgrades because why would he? He has +1 armor for some reason. Everybody over here picking the worst upgrade. Once again, this is another one of those scenarios where if either player had actually built fucking units, why aren't we building any Marines? Marauders, siege tanks, medevacs, liberators. No, too difficult. This battle must be decided and then we will take our macro turn. Okay, alright.
You
111 mass marine, this was described as. Essentially, none of that was true. But here we are.
engage the enemy. On purpose? Upgrades finished up. Your army is under attack. Add-on is good to go. You took all the minerals from that cluster, you thief. A mineral field has been depleted. Mineral patch is CC.
You see, this is the worst part, is he knows what to do. This is literally the, I skipped to 9 minutes in Winter's 15-minute long build order guide because the 40-minute and the 2-hour ones were way too difficult to watch. And I got the, like, it's siege tanks, it's bio, it's medevacs, maybe some Vikings. Yeah, maybe don't skip the most important 5 minutes of the game. Maybe that. You can use a fucking day 9 rest in peace build order guide from Wings of Liberty, skip to 9 minutes and get here. Maybe slightly more nuance. Not much. Not much. Terrans have been building this army composition. Ignore the Cyclone. Just, the Cyclone shouldn't even be here. But, Marines, Vikings, medevacs, and tanks, literally fucking Wings of Liberty, and you still don't got it.
You upgraded. What happened?
No! Why? This is the only way to lose. This is like Maru in Wings of Liberty. Maru's like, I'm winning. Doom drop. No. What? Ah.
No! Mineral field depleted.
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
Mined out of that cluster. And still an upgrade's been completed. You're all mined out of that one. Now that's the commander I've been waiting on.
Shame on you.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
For skipping to 9 minutes. That's shame. But it's also a B-. It's a shameful B-. Because it's super obvious. Like, if you did pretend to watch any guides, you skipped. You might be like, no, I didn't. Well, you zoned out or something. You zoomer attention span, like, oh, I get it. I get Marines and tanks. Like, no, you don't got it. You don't got it. You could have it, but you don't got it. We have Farm Boy. Farm Boy is a gold Terran. The Terrans are out. And from now on, the hope score will be likelihood to increase more than 100 MMR in the next couple weeks with a medium amount of games, which is still going to be 5 per 1,000 MMR. Okay. 5 for 0 to 1,000, up to starting at 2,000. So 5 for 0 to 2,000, 10 for 2 to 3K, 15 for 3 to 4, 20 for 4 to 5. I'm even lowering the number. But 100 MMR is lower than like an entire league. We're using fucking numbers now. Get ready for this early game. I don't think I ever could be, and neither could you. You know what the patrol command is? Oh. Welcome to Gold League.
Hello there.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
I appreciate the macro before chat macro. Wow. Such priorities. I mean, I don't, like, we're going reactored Marines apparently, but that's irrelevant. This is 2.5k or so, 2.6. We did forget the second depot, but, like, there's a lot of leeway in the 2Ks. No, you don't need any more depots yet, but like, not it. You know what? Whatever. We need an engineering bay. The build order stew is much more. The leftovers are much more forgivable. At half, well, actually, the last replay we saw was only like 600 MMR higher than this, but that's still pretty significant. So yeah, part of the reason you don't go for reactor Marines before factory is because if they make a lot of Zerglings, they could just kill essentially your entire natural. Which he probably could have. And he still will. Ah, yes. Okay. Alright. Because your Hellions are too late. And it doesn't take, like, an astounding level of intelligence to build a bunch of Zerglings. Even this guy got speed quicker than that last Zerg. The only Zerg player we've had today. So. And look where it got him. I'm even going to forgive the extra minerals, because, like, this is a micro situation. Like, you do want to micro here. Like, it's better to micro than spend your money that split second, because there are Zerglings in your base. Now, this is dumb. Okay, Urium, I do appreciate how you're helping people in the chat, but fucking stop. And what I meant is, leave it to the professionals.
Add-on complete.
I saw the spawning pool delayed. Did you? What? No, you didn't. What are you saying? Stop thinking. What? He went hatch first. You made an active decision to go reactored Marine instead of Hellions. This is a normally timed spawning pool. 2 base then spawn. Yes, that's a normal build. And that means that's why you go Hellions, because he'll get Zerglings out. The reason you're safe to expand, the only thing this lets you do is expand on the low ground. That's all it lets you do. He's not going to have Zerglings by the time your base finishes, more than likely. That's it. He can have Zerglings soon after. Like, no. Stop thinking. Take your brain, turn it off.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
Yeah, like, part of the issue is just getting supply blocked on 23.
Now I have
Build your second depot. Like,
Just
honestly,
really bored. Do I get
at
the free
first...
sub now?
Thank you, Shaggy Dog. I have at first complimented you on your chat priorities, but typing in chat or thinking about that seems to have delayed the second depot enough to slow this down. Yeah, we don't need an engineering bay.
Detected.
What Marines are you upgrading? Thank you, Evolution. 590. Just really bored.
Next add-on complete. Your forces are under attack.
No, Banshee. A Banshee. I mean, Raven, I guess, is okay-ish, but Banshee. Is this the game that breaks Winter? No, it's gold. I'm just giving up on saying leagues. It's 2.6k. This is completely unsurprising. I am completely whelmed by this game. Like, this is exactly what I expect, especially from Terran. It's like, well, I analyzed his spawning pool timing, and I thought I could just get supply blocked on 23, have my Hellions 45 seconds late, but based on my scouting information, that would be fucking fine.
The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you.
Like, we are at 5 minutes. We are at the point that, yes, we're using Maru or Beyond again. We are at the point that Beyond would be dropping 2 medevacs of Stim Marines on the other side of the map. What we've managed to put together is 2 fucking Hellions. And you know what? We lost the other ones, but 4 total. Maru would have Marines stimming into a 3rd, which impressively the Zerg has.
Add-on complete.
Well, I'm not Maru. Yes, we know. That is intensely obvious.
Add-on. Add-on complete. Your forces mineral field completed.
No, you know what? I like the idea of Ravens. I like the idea of trying to figure out what your opponent is doing. No, stop it. Stop. No more Ravens. No more thinking. Like, you're gonna have stimming combat shields. You're gonna have stimming combat shields. What is this? Fucking Republic Commando? Terran Republic Commando? You have +1 stim and combat shields for 3 fucking Marines. Like, how expensive is their goddamn art? You've spent 4 times the amount on upgrades for these 3 Marines, but they're 3 Marauders. They don't get combat shields.
Your forces are under
But at least we got the upgrades, I guess. Oh no, we didn't have enough medevacs for the 4 Marine.
Oh, follower.
Research complete.
Is that all?
I'm just waiting for this Nia
Thank
steel
you, Mo.
framing.
Mineral field depleted.
He even got an armory. What a madman.
Mineral field depleted.
Oh yeah, now we're getting turret. Like, unfortunately, you let a Terran go for too long, especially the lower level they are, and eventually the turrets come out, which isn't even necessarily a bad thing. There might be mudas, but eventually the turrets come out. Like,
Completed. Upgrade complete.
skip engineering bay? No. It's not about skipping anything. You have 1,500 goddamn minerals. Spend your goddamn minerals. This game is not about the worst thing, and I know you're not going to take away from this, bless your heart, but I know a lot of people are like, what's the counter? What's the build? No, just spend your fucking money. This game is, you don't get to play a strategy game. You are less than half the MMR you need to play a strategy game. I don't get to play a fucking strategy game. I play at nearly double your MMR, and I don't get to play a strategy game. I play a game of who got supply block less, who actually spent their money, and who didn't right-click into splash damage. That's the game you're playing. If you're like, well, that sounds pretty boring. Well, go play a fun game like fucking Rocket League or Minecraft. But you're playing Starcraft, spend your goddamn money, and not on this bullshit, not on sending me $15 to watch the same but worse version of every other replay we've watched tonight. No, maybe spend your 1,500 minerals. Maybe stop trying to calculate exactly when Zerglings are gonna show up with no understanding of anything outside of simple numbers. Okay, just because we didn't make it past 2nd grade doesn't mean we can't do the math. You know Zerglings are gonna get in your goddamn base. They're inevitable. Zerglings, literally, boomers know what a Zerg rush is. Like, you type Zerg rush in Google, there's a thing. Zerg rushes are older than Raynor. There's gonna be fucking Zerglings. Stop trying to figure out when the Zerglings are gonna get there and just do a fucking build. No more thinking. Stop thinking. It's never helped you in the past, and it won't help you in the future. What are you scanning? Okay, so there's this sick thing called control groups. I know you have some for your buildings, but get this. Your units as well. Winter, how do you not get tired of SC2? I was last here about 3 years ago, and you're still at it. Yeah, I've been here, so I know. How do you not get tired of it? Because SC2 is the only game that allows you to play competitively in 1v1 and compete with other players. You might be like chess. Chess doesn't have the mechanical requirement. It is still, by far, the most well-developed, modern, and competitive real-time strategy game. And I know nowadays that people, I assume, like yourself, believe it or not, StarCraft 2 is actually older than that. I've been playing 11 years. So, like, over 3/4 of your life. But, other games, one, you have teammates. Fuck that, okay? Fuck other people, and I'm not talking about your mother. Teammates, no. Right out. Real-time strategy in general, like every other game, like Rocket League, one of the most fun games out there. You got 5 minutes on the clock. Let's play, alright? Hit these balls around into the net. StarCraft, the best and the worst part is that the game's gonna be, it could be 2 minutes, or it could be 200. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Swarm Host was a bad meta. It was really bad. So hopefully never again. But you don't know going in. It's dynamic. You have to figure it out for yourself. Or at least you have to try. Unlike, well, at least Farm Boy's trying, which is more than I can say for most people. And if you like something that doesn't, like, I'm not going to get on the bandwagon for the whole newest thing. I'm going to keep playing StarCraft. I'm going to end up like fucking Artosis, but hopefully with slightly better marketing skills. Though Artosis seems to have shored that up a little bit lately and really leaned into his, somehow both 65 and 15 years old mindset. Which, I mean...
Dude, you literally don't know what you're talking about, kind of, Chad.
Complete.
Holy shit. How about I didn't have any fucking...
So...
Add-on complete.
Because there's nothing better. We're stuck here with the intern at Blizzard and the most popular RTS and the best game of all time. That's where we're stuck.
Complete. Mineral field.
Like and subscribe. Or not. Do you have your mom's credit card ready?
Mineral field depleted. Upgrade complete. Command center upgrade complete.
The beauty of building units. Imagine if you had a build that didn't suck, Mr. Farmboy. I feel like I just keep saying this. But if your build wasn't actually the leftover stew from last night's Maru dinner, and you maxed out, like, sometime in the first 12 minutes, instead of shambling your way into whatever this is, building ravens, and getting more upgrades than units for the first 5. Like, he came in with fucking nearly 200 supply of Lurker Ling Bane. And that looked like, honestly, I thought the game was about to end. But then you just fucking killed it, and here we are.
Let's
If you had
move
40 more
complete.
supply, you could walk across and win the game right now.
Oh, a follower.
Add-on complete.
It's still on the table.
Add-on complete. Mineral field.
Dude, I am raging. In my mind, every other stream is absolutely garbage. Okay, I know you're very supportive. For those who see Brenda in the winter in the chat, was a different name at some point, but very enthusiastic. I appreciate your enthusiasm, okay? I know you're a big fan of Fortnite streams. So let's put it this way. I'm gonna take that into account with all that enthusiasm and support and say, simmer down.
Base is under attack.
And that brings me back to the original point of why StarCraft 2 is the best game. Now, part of the reason, and especially in like 2014, when everybody's like StarCraft 2, 2014 was actually the least amount of players. Way less than today, less than Wings of Liberty. Heart of the Swarm, between the game still being pay to play, and the Swarm host meta and all that disaster. That was a rough time. And I do truly think, and I look nowadays, because it is my job to be a fucking meme lord on the internet. That's part of it. That's part of why you're here. I think what plays into a lot of people's opinion of how, quote, alive a game is. I'll tell you right now, StarCraft 2, even if it had half the players that it had in Heart of the Swarm, and I know the numbers to an extent. I can't say exactly, though other people have in the past. I'm not going to be that guy in case someone at Blizzard still watches any StarCraft streams and I'm under NDA. But it would be top 10 on Steam most days of the week. That's how many people are playing StarCraft. Now, I don't know why they don't release those numbers, because Overwatch would probably be even higher. But, like, StarCraft 2 is an intensely popular game. It's like 3 different games. You got co-op, which has more players than ladder, or at least close to it. It drew a little close to even last I saw. You got arcade, which not as popular, but is still very popular. The thing is, the average person who plays StarCraft, based on all the knowledge that Amazon and Google have on you, my friend, yes, you, my 25 to 34-year-old white male from either California or, like, Germany. And then maybe, of course, like, scattered throughout. But I covered, like, 38% there, so good enough. There you go. Are you sitting in every single Twitch chat, spamming the newest dank meme or perpetuating the drama? Are there a bunch of streamers having drama with each other because they're glorified high schoolers? No, because we're all, like, heading towards artosis or slightly more level-headed. So I think many of the people both watch and play and stream StarCraft, besides the pro players who are like, the streaming thing is pretty easy money, isn't it? Sarah reading out subs like, oh, thank you, dank meme lord 69420 for the sub with Twitch Prime. Oh yeah, good job, Sarah. Keep it up. But besides that, those are not the type of people who are spamming Reddit threads. They're not the type of people fucking K-pop standing on Twitter. They're not the type of people who are going to show up in this chat right now or write a YouTube comment, but they're still going to watch for twice as long as your average Minecraft video. They're still going to play more than you'd think in StarCraft 2, despite what I say about it, because there's nothing better. You have no other choice. It is the best game, so thank you for watching, you children.
Forces under attack. Vespene geyser exhausted. Upgrade complete. Mineral field base is under attack. Your forces mineral field completed. Mineral field base is under attack. Upgrade complete.
I am fairly confident I'm the only person who lives in Montana here. Yeah, because the other 4 people don't have internet.
Vespene geyser exhausted. Mineral field depleted. field base is under attack. Your forces.
Yeah, this is actually quite a weird situation. In this game, we've still got the build order stew issue. With the, like, you can't just get 3 upgrades for 3 Marines. That kind of defeats many purposes. Don't pretend like you're gonna analyze the timing of the spawning pool. I disagree. I think the reason Fortnite and League have such big followings is because the games are brainless and you can play them high or if you are bad at video games. SC2 is frustrating if you're not a game. I don't think you disagreed with my point. The people who are likely to play low effort, low brow, low stress video games are much more likely to have time, energy, and inclination to be spamming memes or worrying about whether the game is dead or not. Thankfully, most of the people who, in like 2014, which was the low point of SC2, were doing that, mostly moved on because they are weak of will, weak of mind, and, well, they found greener pastures that they'll now complain about. Just weak in general. Farm Boy here, obviously, he's got good points and bad points, but he played the game. He obviously has an idea of what he wants. Unfortunately, we got to give it an all right. I've got to give it a B-, because it's another first 5 minutes, and the first 5 minutes are easier to fix. Like, first 5 minutes are, you can have your notebook, okay? You can have your notebook. After that, we get off script a little. But if you actually have the notebook for the first 5 minutes and then you're ready to go into whatever amount after that, you're way better off than someone who's got the first 5 minutes down. But as soon as something happens, it all goes out the window. Where are we? We'll give it an all right. Can we get a not... Oh, Kybrit's up next. Kybrit, who's been begging for money in the Twitch chat this whole time, which really just describes his standard economic planning in and out of game. No, this is not the same one. There you go on that. Ah, yes. As you can tell, this will be an incredibly engrossing match, where for 10 minutes, there's nothing, and then the Protoss attacks, Kybrit doesn't die, and then he walks across the map, and while supply blocked, that I have to assume 192 supply, wins the game. Barely. I'm glad we spent any amount of money on another fucking 2.6k Terran. This is worth my time and effort. You know what? How much is your time worth? Well, you can buy coaching for $200 an hour. Or I guess whatever charity we're giving out for this. You might be like, but he paid $30. And somebody else, a total of 50. Which, what a steal. Ah, yes. We gotta... Yeah, here we go. Oh, this is all we needed, right? We're good now? This is what you wanted? You got your recognition? Of all the times to know what Kybrit thinks about this, of all the times for Kybrit to insert himself in the conversation, this is your time. This is what you paid for. Not even in chat. Yes, he'll come back. Don't worry, Kyber will be back later, maybe during this Angry Coach Marathon, so keep an eye on the illustrious Twitch chat, because Kyber will not only make sure to comment for like an hour and a half about this game, but also about anything else that he can potentially drag very quickly into about his life. And you know what? You know how I can recognize it so easily? Because it's my job. Be like, is that just narcissism, Winter? Yes. My job is to get you to pay me to yell at you. If that's not narcissism, I'm not entirely sure what the definition is, but I do have Google. Like, it has to be intentional at this point with the, I mean, with the orbital. But sure, here we go. Angry Coach Marathon is punching down a little too much for my taste. Yeah. Winter, you're kind of being a dick. He's a 2.6k player. He's just trying to get better. All these Terran players are just trying to get better. And you're just making fun. You're not really helping. Like, you should make guides or something to help these lower level players. Instead of just taking their replays and picking them apart. Like, they might even uninstall the game, like I did. Hefty Dump. Which is apparently who we're engaging in the Twitch chat. So, like, if the name didn't tell the story. The only counter argument I have is they paid me for it. How dare I take their money? They should go use it on therapy or something. You don't get this for free. Ain't nobody got time for that. I mean, everyone who's watching technically gets it for free. Because they have critical thinking skills. And let other people pay for things. Which is smart, in my opinion. But, and now we have... I decided to go Terran. I'll rally my... Why is this so quiet? It's gotta be a banger. If I can still hear after this, what's the point? SC started in the game. I decided to go Terran. I'll rally my SCV JK. No, I don't. To the depot early. When do I build it? 3 at my... No! Just 1 depot 14. Right off the bat, rally your SCV and build it at the ramp, and that's all you see. Don't do any sort of weird bullshit. Build a barracks after on 16, adding another worker. 17 refinery. 2 more SCVs you can rally to the scout at 18. But nothing past that. The barracks is finished. Build your orbital. That's all we want. No Reaper for you. Just build Marine. And your fucking orbital. I don't want to see another fucking Terran who comes in here with no fucking orbital. Scan like Costco. Drop those mules. Either way, build a fucking orbital. Stop. Stop it. Never again. And also your first depot, but whatever. That too. I'm not a rapper. What he said. He was typing instead of building an orbital. Yes, very clever. You might be like, well, it's not that late. His factory is halfway done. The factory should not have been started before the orbital. I like how we're trying to figure out what unit's supposed to go on. Like
that command center upgrade you
a
ordered
long time ago, we gave up on pretending like improvement was the goal. This looks like trying too hard. This is the D- list celebrity version of trying too hard. Like, people know me because I build too many depots at the ramp. So we gotta do that.
Add-on complete.
This is actually an Armory Widowmine drop, which is a real build. To an extent. I mean, this isn't exactly how you do it, but it's 4 Widowmines. That's a game-ending amount.
Add-on is done. Doesn't that...
Still no orbital? Are you fucking blind? Like 4 seconds after I unpaused, he built the orbital. Come on.
Look fancy.
Leave it to the professionals.
Your army has encountered the enemy.
And now, since we're watching videos, I will take this time. The only good thing that comes out of this is this.
Probes are under attack. Warping complete. My heart.
And here we are. He got one up. He couldn't get the second one. +1 mech weapons for whatever mech unit we're gonna build, which could be any.
You're engaging the opponent.
But instead will be none. What's it gonna be? A tank. How exciting. Fun fact, mech weapons only affect ground units. Armor is shared, but weapons only affect ground. Ship weapons affect air, in case you couldn't do the math on that one.
You've built a fancier command set.
Ah, yes. What we really saw from his base, with a bunch of gates, a twilight, 2 twilights even. The classic double twilight opener. Ah, binary star system over here. And a robo was incoming void race. Oh my. Or, like, whatever justifies that turret, I don't know. High-sec auto-tracking. Once again, this is like D- list celebrity trying to, like... They had one line in, I don't know, Game of Thrones. That, and then they died. Before the show died. And now people, it's like, the winter is coming. Thankfully, we don't hear that much anymore after that disaster. So that's a plus side, is nobody's saying that all the time anymore.
You just upgraded your units. Maybe keep doing that. Wow. You mined all those minerals already. Look at you. Research add-on complete.
Yeah, this is a build orders too, but this is definitely worse. Like, you can tell, this isn't Farm Boy trying to do a bio build. Honestly, it's almost a Florencio level, but I just, based on past experience, I don't think we can give that much credit. This feels like Kybert at some point learned how to play, but now he's intentionally playing his style. But it's not endearing. It's like if, like, a 34-year-old comes back and plays a pickup game of basketball with 10-year-olds. It's like, yeah, you're not very good, but, like, what the fuck, bro? Like...
Mineral field depleted. That command upgrade complete. Research. Wow, you mined all those add-on is done. Doesn't that look... You are fresh out of minerals at that base.
Mm-hmm.
The add-on is finished, so you have no excuse not to build something.
3,000, 1,500 in the bank.
You just upgrade add-on.
Would take like 5 minutes to spend it with the production. With 3, okay, there's 4 barracks, a factory, and a starport, all with add-ons. It would still take like 3 minutes to spend this much money. If somehow we had no other income. Just, I mean, obviously that is not ideal.
Mineral field depleted. Your research is done. Don't forget the rest of them.
The Protoss is really trying a lot of the same things to break that base. Which are send in zealots, send in the whole army, and then send in zealots. That's what he's attempted so far.
Your workers have lost their purpose. Upgrade complete. Out of minerals.
Kybrit is doing the classic Terran move of sitting in your base and hoping your opponent gets themselves killed.
Guys are empty. Time to move to your mineral field depleted. Upgrades done. Your army explosions.
We've tried now a new strat. More zealots.
You built a fancier commander.
Oh, those aren't zealots. So I do appreciate, like, this is the classic move. This is not just Terrans, but the 2.5k move of, like, I took a third, but don't you dare ask me to defend it. I'll make a planetary, I'll make some turrets, I'll put a couple tanks, but move my army to defend my most important base? Don't be ridiculous. Oh my god, you know how much stress that would create for me? I'd much rather sit behind my carefully crafted wall. And here we are.
Mineral field depleted. Don't just stand there, shoot back.
Ah, yes. These 7 Vikings will take on the entire Protoss army. If I just micro them well enough. He even had a hotkey for him, look. That's his only unit hotkey.
Your army has encountered the enemy. Your base is under attack. We're all gonna die.
We couldn't have done that before. This all happened approximately 6 seconds before +3 weapons, by the way. The perfect timing to maximize the minimal amount of upgrades. And still, well, you're like, well, I caught him off guard. No, we could have just had that. Like,
your army has encountered the enemy.
And of course, the Protoss player really put a lot of effort into losing his whole goddamn army.
Wow, you mined all those minerals already.
Yeah, the third was the only sacrifice we could make
Don't just
of sufficient magnitude. Blood for the blood god!
Your base has some uninvited.
We're base trading. Why? Because Terran buildings fly.
Was your base burning to the ground part of the plan? Was your base burning to the ground?
Was your base burning to the ground part of the plan?
Part of the plan? Base is under attack. Your army has encountered the enemy. You're engaging the opponent.
Zealots have decent upgrades. Yeah, this is about, like... We have somehow gone from a comfortable victory and taken the very narrow path to potential defeat. I mean, we still have at least 2 more armies in the bank, but who's gonna build them? So...
You're engaging the opponent. Base is under attack.
I'm with you, Alpha Pack, but you didn't do much to acquit yourself, I will say. You gave him a reason to send in not even enough money for this one. And I'm just disappointed in general. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Because every part of this was terrible and I hate it. The whole game, all sides.
Shame.
I'm adding 2 shames.
Shame.
One for Alpha Pack.
Shame.
And one for Kybrit. And we're gonna slap, I guess, another 42% on my Marines, which is gonna put them at 97%. Shame on everyone in that game. No hope. Let's move on. There we go. Whose game is this? Come on. I will say, he did, like, I was checking again, I didn't notice. He did GG at the end. The problem is, I don't hate him because of how the game ended. I hate him because of everything up until that point. And hate is a strong word. That's like an active effort. I just have a continued and standing dislike for the efforts made to be like a Florencio, but if Florencio had several lobotomies and his brain matter was scattered across like the ocean, and then like a few dolphins ate it, and the dolphins somehow learned how to play StarCraft, and they'd still be better than that, but like something like that. That had as much coherence and as much purpose, that analogy, as any of Kybrit's builds. So I don't really feel very bad. But he does have money, which proves that there's no such thing as a meritocracy. Like and subscribe. Shave data. Please don't be a Terran. Not another Terran. I'm gonna have to start double charging for Terrans again. We've had what? This will be like Terran number 8. Are you not a Terran? Are you the Protoss? The Protoss wins. He's the Protoss. Like, nobody sends in a loss. Not even Masters at 2.4k MMR. So you're the Protoss, right? It's probably like, hey, look at this game. I'm Toss. Yeah, there you go. I could have done some basic research on that. Of course he is. So this is like, aha, look at the Terran get himself killed with these Protoss. Hey, we got a Protoss. I'm excited to see what emoji we're going to end up with after this. And it's a Terran, and the Terran has a higher MMR, and he named himself Professor. So I'm going to go out on a wild limb. Considering you are what was formerly known as Solidly Gold. This is a Terran player. You win the game. There was no commentary. He probably just says some shit. Just like last game, we're going to have some sort of stupid conversation that somehow is going to pretend to justify all this bullshit. But I hope to be wrong. So far, it looks like some semblance of a build. Not so much from the Terran. I mean, that's the Kybrit special. So, the timing of the second pylon is fucking relevant. It's not so... "14 pylon, 16 probe, chrono boost, build a gate, scout with the probe, 17 assimilator, 2 more probes, 14 pylon, read the lyrics, probe, chrono boost, build a gate, scout with the probe, 17 assimilator, 2 more probes, 19 probe can go down the ramp. If he's already there, build a cyber core instead. Now 21 gas, 21 pylon, 22 if you won't forget, but you will." Okay, here's where I went wrong in the build. Go down the ramp implies build a nexus. Unfortunately, since Protoss players don't have the intellectual capability to realize that the nexus is fucking implied, not that it would help much. I think what we see a non-zero number of times is go down the ramp, and that's it. It ends there. Nothing else happens. The probe goes down the ramp.
Good. Now
You might be like, no. Yes. Yes. Wow. I didn't realize that, because I think too hard. My bad. 21 pylon, 22 if you won't forget, but you will forget, so stop fucking around. On the other side, does he have a gas? Yes, then you need maybe 2 build units. But if he has a Rex and just 1 gas, you're fine. Stop freaking out. Where's your second pylon? You need a pylon. You are platinum. Do you want to be diamond? Well, guess what? Fuck you. Build a second pylon. Where's your second pylon? You need a second pylon. Build a second pylon. So, I think I got the second pylon part through people's heads. It's like Gundam style, as we've heard. It's like yada yada Korean Gundam style. Except I'm speaking fucking English, if you listen closely. Arguably. You need a cyber core. You need a cyber core. You need a... Like, the cyber core is either right before or right after the Nexus. No second pylon yet. No second gas. How you gonna spend that gas? Explain to me, Shave Data, how you're gonna spend the gas. How are you gonna spend the gas? +1 shields on my forge. No. The cyber core. Luckily, he's not going for a Reaper. But the cyber core, 10 minutes in, I'll spend it. Yeah, sounds about right. Remember, we're not big on numbers here. At least we forgive Protoss for that. Terrans pretend to be big on numbers and then they fuck them up, and that's worse. At least Protoss never even bother. So I'll give them that. It's like, oh, whatever. What are we gonna build? What's it gonna be, Twitch chat? Subs on the line, the people. Don't spoil it, Shave Data. Don't ruin this for everyone. What build? Is it gonna be a Robo? Is it gonna be a Twilight? Is it gonna be a Stargate? Or is it going to be anything else on this probe? Like, who knows? Okay, so for reference, my build order guide, which I don't know if we're pretending to follow or not, is Robo. The classic meta right now is Twilight or maybe Stargate. Almost never Robo first, but that is for players 3 times this MMR. A lot of lower level players just build fucking gateways because they completely forget all of the options and just end up with gateways. So it looks like the people are gonna lock in anything else is the choice. Okay. We're saying he's not building any pro, chrono boosting the adept. Apparently, is anything else nothing? If it's nothing for another 20 seconds, then I'll count it. Alright? Anything else, I guess, kind of potentially includes nothing. So, didn't really expect that one. He needs a pylon soon? Leave it to the fucking professionals! No, he doesn't! He has the Nexus! Unless you're saying, like, he's gonna build more pylons because he doesn't realize his Nexus counts as 2. That is why the Nexus timing is also relevant, because otherwise you get supply blocked at 31 and start making random ass pylons you don't need. Oh my god. Okay. What's it gonna... No, where are you going? Come back. A Robo! With 200 gas left over afterwards, but it's a Robo. So, not today. No, you don't get credit. Like, Twitch chat said anything else. You don't need these pylons. We're not supply blocked. Whatever. So we've already gone out the window of pretending to... I mean, still building probes. Remember, this is 2100. Or 22, I don't know. 2 to 2.5. So, that range. The 2Ks. So, and in that, it's not terrible. Like, we've got all the pieces. The pieces are coming together. Not in order. Not quickly. But just having the pieces of the puzzle. Like, you didn't go find another puzzle and, like, get a couple pizza slices and try to jam it onto the table and be like, look, I finished the puzzle. That's not how it works. I want pizza now. I haven't had pizza in a long time. Not even a $7.99 large 2-topping pizza like we had earlier tonight. Thank you for the sub. See, I'm done. Now I'm hungry. See what I've done. I have pizza in my hands right now. Get wrecked. How dare you spell wrecked like it is in the dictionary? What is wrong with you? Okay, Boomer. Pizza. And hands.
Has arrived.
That's not $10 in biddies. That's 10. Heard today is Terran disasters. No, it's $15, and I'm surprised it's not more. I should raise it. That reminds me. That's 10, not 15. In what world is 10 15? You might be like, well, Winter, Amazon rips me the fuck off with bits, alright? I paid $20 for 10 bucks in bits. One, buy them on PC. You don't get screwed as much then. Because the App Store and the Android Store, and if you use some other sort of weird phone that you can't stop telling people about, whatever, they all take an extra slice of pizza and of dollars off the top. So if you're gonna get ripped off for biddies, then do it on PC. That's a pro tip. Wait. Didn't we see this game? I'm pretty sure we saw this game. But it was the other side. The Terran. Right? It was a different map with different players. But it looks like all these players who think they're special are also very similar in their speciality. You did not. That was a joke. It was a joke because we saw a Terran player of almost exactly the same level do almost exactly the same thing, doing almost exactly the same amount of damage against a Protoss who took way too long to react. Like, this is a stupid move from the Terran. He doesn't have combat shields, should just get run over. Kind of the point of having observers is to maybe have an observer or something out here so drops don't just show up and wreck half your base before you can react to them, but here we are. The Archons? Will the Archons on their own clean this up? All he had to do was not unsiege. Yeah, we saw this game. Essentially, exactly this game we saw. So, like, a third of the base is dead. The entire army, but eventually the Terran army gets cleaned up. Ah, yes. So, what's your takeaway from that? What's your takeaway, Shave Data? What's your takeaway, Mr. I'm sending in the angry coach for coaching? What a fucking joke that is. That wasn't a joke. The joke was that it wasn't a joke. That time. I just hoping you keep up. Because obviously, when I get dropped in the main, what I need are cannons at my third. That will solve the problem. Any problems in the future? Just having cannons at random-ass locations at my third. Because moving my army to my third, or getting any information, that'd be too difficult. No, instead, we'll waste all of the money we could have spent on having fucking units. How much are those cannons? How many Marines do you think 2 cannons can kill? Let alone, we're going to ignore tanks. How many Marines with a medevac will 2 cannons kill? Which ELO is this? Let me suffice it to say, if you're asking which ELO it is, it doesn't matter. Okay? This is a Grandmaster. If that's your question. By the way, cannons, the only point of static defense is to buy time for your army. Except when you're maxed out with the best army possible and you're literally limited by army supply. At this stage of the game, this is hurting your chances of ever winning. You got 64 out of 165 supply. You need to build more probes, more gateways. You need to rebuild the Templar archives. You need to pretend to use that forge. The Terran has no upgrades. Oh my fucking god. You know, we're just here to see if I'm right. So what was my prediction? My prediction, as many times, of people who aren't, like, Shave Data is not subscribed in the chat. Yet he spent $15 to send this replay in. And his ego hasn't been stroked like this for quite a while. Maybe not how he likes it, but okay. There was no comment. Like, at least some players will pretend to want to improve. They'll, like, write an essay saying, I don't know how to counter Broodlords. I've tried Vikings, but my Vikings were struggling. I'm not sure. And then they had 1,700 minerals while microing a Reaper. But at least they'll have something like that. No comment, no sub. And while that's not necessarily a bad thing, that usually means we're just here for 15 minutes of shame. So moving on. So the answer was not very fucking many. Yeah, just give up the third. Like, third base was optimistic anyways. Nobody gets a third nowadays. Couldn't have defended the third with the exact same units. That would have been too hard. Eventually we get the good units despite how many cannons were built. Wow. Okay. Okay, well, that was not what I expected, but... Uh-huh. So that's why, right? Hack... Yeah, okay. Ah, yes. What a funny guy. Hey, thanks. Thank you. Shame on you.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
I hope it was worth 15 bucks. How do I do a sad, like, how do I do a... I think the Protoss emoji is good, but... There. Gotta get some more emojis. So that was a 15 minutes of... At least I got paid. Yeah, the hacking was like the least inspired commentary. At least complain about imbalance. Like, they're so bad. The Terran player is so fucking terrible that if he has any inkling of himself believing that was hacking, somehow he didn't realize that every single time he attacked, it took at least half a minute for the Protoss army to respond. Like, that's how incredibly bad he was. And then if any singular part of him actually believes there was hacking, the question would be is, why is he so bad at hacking? Like, holy shit, you'd think he'd show up a little quicker than that and not be losing his entire base. Like, but unfortunately... I'm a noob. I'm a noob Zerg. As a reference, I'm a Diamond 3 Protoss. Ah, yes, but we're learning Zerg, because what the fuck is this? Where are we? Why are we on Hidden Resort? Which is a great map, but what the fuck? The map has water slides. But also, like, if you actually want to learn, maybe don't play the water slide map. Can you use those water slides? Yes, of course. They're actually, like, both speed. You go faster down the slide and slower up the slide. But also, you know what? I can't even be mad. We're on Hidden Resort. Hopefully we get a chance to see the water slides used. I need this in the map pool? No, it's a resort, not just a pool. Well, there's one here. Okay, so what you do... Oh, well, you build a queen. Build a queen. Build a queen. Okay, so we're gonna enjoy Hidden Resort. Obviously, there's no interest. I have a basic Zerg guide if you actually want to learn something. I'm not going to teach you now. You obviously have no basics besides building Zerglings, and that's not what we're here for. But at least I thank you, because I might have just turned it off if it wasn't Hidden Resort. So, at least there's that. So, lucky you. Oh, we're going through the water. Wait. Oh. 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 Oh, no! Okay, wait. No, you gotta be careful. Don't go down the slide. I'm sorry. I meant to slow it down. Oh. Oh. Caught him right at the end. Oh, we got there. Okay. Yeah, no going up the water slides. What did your mom tell you? Yeah, okay, so here's a tip. Don't have 750 minerals at 3 minutes. But anyways, Hidden Resort. This is obviously a custom game. I assume the opponent hosted it. Then. There's a pocket base. You have to take the slide to your natural. You gotta slide into your natural to get that. Well, that's technically your net. I guess. Depends on your definition. Oh no, watch out! Here they come! You see, you gotta do the slide transfer. Whoa! Whoa! Air units don't get to do. Air units don't get to have all the fun. Oh. Oh.
Metamorphosis complete.
I mean, obviously this is a terrible build. And poorly executed with no plan. But I mean, water slides though. I get distracted the occasional time I play this map too, okay? But oh no! If there aren't water slides, I don't care. Let's go to the slides. I want banelings down the slides.
Metamorphosis complete. Mineral field depleted.
Oh, do Ultralists even fit in the slides? That's a good question. What do you think? Twitch chat. You got 20 seconds. Do they fit on the slides? I mean, probably, right? Hopefully he makes one. The people say yes.
Evolution complete. Mutate metamorphosis complete.
There's an Ultra on the way. Oh. Where is it? Tell me that's an Ultra popping out. Nope, Ovi. We're here to follow the, where are the Ultras? Oh, there you go. Oh, everybody coming on down! Oh! 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 They're a little big for the slide, but stop playing in the kiddie pool! Alright, for the people. Who let Ultras in the kiddie pool again? Oh, now they gotta go back. Oh. I wanna go again. Gotta get a Nidus. You have to have a Nidus that's timed out to automatically go, like the network at the bottom, the worm at the top. And then you just go back and forth. You gotta have the Nidus to go back down the slide. Oh, what is this? Oh my god, there's a golf course. Cyril would be so happy. Oh my, it even has, oh, oh, there's a Moopy. Oh, he's eyeing the course, all right. Like, he's having a good vacation. That's a Moopy. Don't you know Moopies? Fun fact: Morris, the maker of this map, and also Nightshade and Lightshade, is also Finnish, much like Sarah. So, there you go. Has made some great maps. And they're still in the pool, so like, and have pools.
Depleted.
You should be able to go golfing.
Mutation complete. Mutation. Mineral field depleted. Mutation complete.
You gotta have the ultra speed to make sure you can get back up the side quickly.
Mineral
Oh.
field
Oh.
depleted. Our forces
Oh wait, is this two slide? It's a double slide combo?
are under attack.
Yeah. Oh no, no, can't go through those. Those are minerals. Mm-mm. Oh. Oh no! Wait, what? Nuclear launch? Still better than solar at it. Oh. We found him. Oh shit, it worked! Never mind! The wombo combo! Oh! The bait and switch! Wait, did he line it up perfect? I only heard one.
Our forces are under attack.
Oh! He timed it perfect. I'm pretty sure there was only one nuclear launch. That was like... That was a professional nuke move. He nuked both at the exact same time, so that only nuclear launch detected only came up once. There was only one? Wait, was there no nuke here? Wait, whoa. No, am I dumb? No, there was a nuke. There was nuke both places. Both place nuke. Am I crazy? Don't answer that. No, it was just perfectly timed. Like... I got, like... Okay, it wasn't perfect. Why didn't it... It wasn't that perfect. Why did it only have one notification? There should have been... Did you get screwed? Like, I'm playing at normal speed. Okay, so I think this is an observer bug, but there should be two. Yeah, it only said nuclear launch detected once. There were two in the alerts, but like that's harder to notice. There was only nuclear launch detected one time. So a little fortuitous from him.
Mineral field depleted.
It was still well done. The timing was almost... Oh, man! Oh, he's getting away! He's slipping and sliding out of there. Oh, they can't catch him. He's too slippery. Oh. Come back here. Uh-oh, watch out. Oh! Oh! Oh, there's an arm. There's a leg. Oh, God. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Depleted.
Why was that lurker there? Because he forgot. It's not like he's using hotkeys. Let's not be ridiculous here. Everybody stop crowding the slide! There's a capacity limit! Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, it's revenge. Like, you could just not. The other option, in case you were wondering, was to not. The bones, the skeletons. Alright, what is this, like a Shakespeare play or something?
Mineral field mutation complete. Nuclear.
Okay, was that 2 nukes again? I don't think so. Oh, now the panic, the panic. Oh, I mean, how did we miss that? Oh no. Build ultras. Now you build you don't build Lings with 5,627. You build ultras now. You got the, oh my god, the transfer up the slide. The way to lose this game. Okay, well that might be too many ultras. Okay, do you guys see the red dot? Did he kill it?
Under attack. Vespine geyser. Our forces mineral field. They hide. Vespine geyser. They hide catapults. Evolution.
Does he not have a golf course on his side? He has a golf course. It's symmetrical.
Our forces are under attack.
He's hovering over. Hey! Oh my god! The car came on the top of the slide! He can't get up! Oh, what a play! Oh, they're coming! He can't go up the other slide! Oh, get to the other side! Oh! Oh no, they can't get up the slide! The Marauders are stuck on the slide! Oh my god! It's a mess! Oh! Oh, now they're going. You see, this needs to be in the map pool that will be forever for StarCraft. Like, one more map pool, Blizzard. Come on. Give us 25 maps with 20 vetoes. Okay? Huangsan. Fucking the Scrap Station one, that was really cool, but also imbalanced. Like what was it, Blackburn, Hidden Resort. Come on. Get the intern on it. Balls of Steel. Oh, you're playing a dangerous game, SCBs. Oh, we're gonna get these minerals. Oh my god, the Marauders are slipping in. Oh my, the most awkward stutter step of all time. Oh god, it's slipping. Oh. Oh. Everybody's slipping down the slide. Oh, they're still firing. Oh, they can't get up the slide. Oh my.
New subscriber detected.
You guys, it's too slippery. Like, you hit it. And for like, some people might think I'm just angry and cynical and I have no happiness left in my life. But did you not just see the Marauders trying to scramble up a water slide like their older brother, the Ultralisk, was gonna come and fucking murder them? While desperately trying to stutter step and slipping down every time? I give that an A+. Your Zerg, irrelevant. That's an A+ right there. I give it 5 stars. 5-star resort. Okay? Alright, now we're gonna go play the golf course now. We're gonna add it in. We're just gonna add in 5 stars. Just unrelated. What an intermission. So Mad Eye, by the way, I don't know if this was coordinated, but Mad Eye, the apparently Zerg, but then Terran player sent in an actual game for afterwards. So there's that. And then we have name was taken, serious businessman, and our Sony, which I know the bits are ripping you off. We're gonna look at it. It's another Terran. How do we have anyone who's not Terran? Mad Eye is not Terran. He was just Terran. He's not Terran anymore. Name was taken as Zerg. No, we're not sure about serious businessman.
Donation confirmed.
First time, not a game I am proud of, but a game I'd love to be yelled at for.
That is, that's a gold Protoss, because of course it is. Our Sony is a Terran. Anyways, so after that quick intermission, a quick advertising break, and we'll get back to the disappointment. So, thank you guys for watching. Pause, ad block, and all that. I'll be right back. Hey everybody, I'm Winter, and in these tough times, when you don't know what's going to happen even the next month, you know what you can rely on? Prime Gaming. Prime Gaming, you can get shitty loot for mobile games and games that try to be mobile games but are still League of Legends. Prime Gaming is well done. Every single month for free, you can subscribe to a streamer of your choice. So every month and every second you don't subscribe to me, it's like losing money for me. So subscribe with Prime Gaming, or else. Thank you guys for sticking around. Mad Eye is a 3400 or 3100 Zerg. So we're going to be judging him as such. How many strikes before 5 minutes? I'll be right back in a few moments. And the second, maybe not half, but the second phase, the post-resort phase, will begin. So thank you for watching. I'll be right back in a moment. And then some Zergs. Yeah.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
Shame.
Oh, a follower. Is that all? Good. Now I have your attention.
Wow, taking no risks. The people. They say 2. Okay. It's not time for sleep yet. We're back to yelling. We weren't yelling before, we're yelling now. Apparently. That's what we're doing.
Donation.
I'm watching Angry
I
Couch.
don't have any recent
181 bucks from Hitman.
So
A very curious but also generous number. Thank you. So, thank you for that. I'm watching Angry Coach, hoping one day I will be the opponent winning the game in the replay. Well, you haven't been watching for very long, because you know almost no one sends in games they actually lose. So, good luck with that. Thank you, Hitman. It's been a long time. Let's make it a little longer. What a douchebag. No. Okay, so here's what you do. You either take your third or you build a pool. Just let him do his thing. He doesn't even have a barracks behind it. Like, this was the first thing he did. What you gotta do, just pretend it's a probe. You pretend it's a probe. Oh, well, you don't bring 3 drones down, and then... Okay.
Swarm forces
You know what?
under attack.
No. Well, now you killed the NG bay. Oh, no. This already did the damage. You've got to, like, either you bring the drones down, and you take your natural, or you don't bring drones at all, and you take a different base. Those are the 2 options. The worst case scenario is you bring drones down, and then just take a base late anyway somewhere else. I know I was mad. Yeah, that's his entire intent. He may not realize it. He may not be able to voice this. But, like, his entire intent is... and that's about it. Okay, no. Oh, my God. Okay, so this is... Just to tempt the people, because they picked 2. But also, this was a big mistake. Like, you can't... That was nothing. If you had built a pool or you built a hatch on time, he's building a command center behind it because he's a greedy, stupid fuck. But he's gonna get away with it because you're panicking. And you're angry. The best thing to do is ignore it as much as possible. Just pretend it's not even happening. Like, no. This is the worst thing you can do. Is just do an all-in because he tilted you by building an NG bay. The thing is, it might work. But this is exactly what he wants. This is what he's used to have. He's like, well, he's going to build a fucking planetary or something at his natural. He wants you to get tilted. He probably has an average of 60 APM in games that have to go past 10 minutes. He's building a planetary at his natural. You are playing... Like, if you had scouted... Well, you saw the NG bay. For one of the very first times we've seen today, the NG bay is not actually early. The planetary, unfortunately, makes sense here. Because your average Zerg does not take a push. Most Zergs, they don't take a push. They have to be pushed away from doing some sort of silly all-in. And here, I don't think this was your plan, but it did not take much encouragement to get to the point of like, fuck that guy. No, that's kind of his entire game plan, is you acting like that.
Evolution complete.
That's a planetary. No. Now, here's the thing. Well, no, this is bad. You could have just walked up the ramp. These are the kind of games that instead of sending me, you gotta watch the replay. Like, I don't think you sent this in thinking like, I'm gonna have some sort of fucking ancient wisdom. The options are, well, you have the roaches. I don't know why you turned around. He has no other unit. Just go up the ramp. The planetary doesn't hit the ramp. It hits, like, to here. You can get through the... He has 1 Marine. His army is 1 Marine. It's not Big Gabe. And he doesn't have plot armor. No matter how much Day 9 compliments him. Some will get that. Like... You can't build 5 roaches and then just give up. You've done everything he ever wanted. I assume planetary at first base. So, What about everything else? So why did you go home? Explain to me why your units are at home, then. Because the planetary was gonna get up and run after you? Like, what was gonna happen? Was he gonna crawl his planetary and attack your base? I don't know. Planetary is well known for their mobile aggression. He just, like, those were, what could I have done? Well, you could have denied him just taking a third for free. He is taking a third with 3 Marines. 3 Marines. And these aren't 3 +1 Stim Combat Shield 2 Medevac Marines, no. It's 3 in total Marines. That's it. That is his whole, and 3 planetaries. He's got as many Marines as he has fucking planetaries. The thing is, here's another issue. And I think, based on that last game when you played Terran, I don't know if that's your main or not, that gives us some more perspective from the Hidden Resort. A lot of the problem with Diamond players who actually do know what they're supposed to do, quote unquote, is how brittle it is. It's either, like, it takes next to nothing, like a strong gust of wind and you're blown off your game plan, which is this. And it's never coming back. That's the difference. Like, Maru will do a fucking 2 racks, pull half a dozen SCVs, micro for 6 minutes, and somehow at the end of it, he has 5 racks, he's got double NG bay, and he's got 3 CC. Cyril will be defending that, but somehow at 5 minutes, he's got 3 bases, he's got 1-1, he's got a lair on the way, and he's got 5 queens. It's not even just about having a good game plan and sticking to it, it's when it goes to shit. You're able to find a path back to sanity and to playing better. Not, oh, we've gone sideways. Maybe we can just go upside down and burrow underneath and get back onto the... No. Don't be creative. It's gotten you this far, and that's a problem. Like... But Cyril lost. You know what? If Mad Eye here takes 2 games off of Clem, then he can coach me. In fact, Mad Eye, if you ever beat Clem in any way, shape, or form, even in arm wrestling, you are allowed to coach me. So go ahead. Because Cyril lost to Clem by that much, therefore we should not use Cyril as an example. I'm sorry. I apologize. So.
Armed forces under attack.
Yep, that's still a planetary. Still a planetary. The beauty of this is you saw the gas at the 3rd, too. Like, but... Oh, yeah, there were not 2 strikes. Because, like, it's hard to give... So what's the correct move? The correct move is to get supply blocked at 60... You know what? I'm giving it to Twitch chat. I didn't notice this before. 1,800 minerals! You could get 5 more fucking hatcheries... and have half a dozen drones, which is most of your larva left over. I'm giving it to Twitch chat, mostly because I didn't notice. Like, you don't just sit there scratching your head wondering if planetaries will spontaneously combust. Like, what is your plan? That's a legitimate question. Like, what is the plan from here? And the answer is obviously, even with perspective, you have no plan. The original plan was probably, like, Lingbane Hydra or something. And there's no reason whatsoever you can't go back to that. You got plenty of time. You know one thing that your opponent will not be doing? It's fucking attacking you. That's the only thing he won't be doing. So every minute, thank you, my Arctic Hair. Like, you know this. I'm going to give you a little bit of credit and say you know this. And not like you would ever watch a replay. But if you really wanted to learn, maybe when you find yourself in a game and your opponent has 3 planetaries at 6 minutes, or 2 planetaries and a third, well, 3 bases in total with 2 planetaries, maybe you go back and watch, say, up until you have 1,000 minerals in the bank while still managing to be supply blocked with nothing in production. Maybe you do that. Okay, that's my tip. But I do want to see how this plays out, because I bet it gets worse before it gets better. Though, The Evo chambers are coming up in about 8 seconds, and then a lair, and then another base, and then queens, and then we realize we're supply blocked, and we build even more overlords.
Forces under attack.
Lair. Gases. Okay. Did we start the queens at least? No. It's even like, come on. It's one Marine! One Marine! One fucking Marine! Even if he had Stim +3 and it was big game, those overlords are fucking fine. Maybe build more of them. Holy shit, it's worse than I thought. Do you need gas? Are you hurting for gas? What are you gonna spend the gas on? Who fucking knows? Where are you going? Don't micro your overlords. The only thing that can be microed less than overlords are the fucking planetaries. That is the only thing in the game that can be microed less than the unit you're spending upwards of 0 seconds on right now. You have 2,000. You could build 25 more overlords and micro them all over his face, and then maybe you'd have some semblance of an idea of what the fuck is going on. So why don't we try that? I would rather you build a laser lords right now than sit here microing 3 of your however many, what, 5 total? 6 overlords against 1 goddamn Marine. This is your last chance to bring this back, or you're going to be diamond forever. By the way, if you can't, like, you had literally all this player did. He built an engineering bay for 5 seconds in your natural. That's it. And then he built a planetary at home. The only thing he did on your side of the map was build an engineering bay to like 10% HP. That is it. The rest of this disaster is an original work by you. Okay, this is like the second new Star Wars movie. It's completely like, this is not anything like we expected. It doesn't make any sense. We don't know what's going on, but it's all you, baby. Like, what the fuck is this? It's gonna take way too long to do nothing useful. So, like, you're getting outflanked by missile turrets. Ah, yes, Aspire. Because, you know, mutas are definitely the way to go when your overlords are dying to missile turrets. Okay, I'm gonna give Mad Eye one Mad Eye. What are we missing? Like, what's the lowest hanging fruit here? Besides hotkeying the... Like, I like this. We've got 4 hatcheries. These 2 were just here to pretend to spend our money. Didn't even bother hotkeying them. That is the kind of... Like, somehow, this is the most stressful game ever, despite the Terran having 0 chance of attacking for, like, 12 minutes. It's just such a stressful experience, because you know he's not going to do anything. It's roach speed is the answer. Oh, we're going for 2 spires and an infestation pit. The correct answer is roach speed. You know what you could do in this scenario? You could build 80 fucking roaches and beat his face in. You could build 80 roaches. Okay, not 80. Yeah, about 80. By like 8 minutes. If you were anywhere remotely close to on point. Technically, you can do it by 6:30, but that ship has sailed a long time ago. 80 roaches, I think, might be enough to kill a planetary defended by 1 tank. And the planetary. Oh my god, a whole planet. You know how many shots it takes a planetary to kill a roach? Too many!
Mineral cluster expended.
Will he realize he doesn't have roach speed?
Complete.
Now that the roaches take forever to get to the Hellions? No. No, what we need are corruptors. What in the fuck led you to believe you need corruptors? Now, here's what I think. You're assuming there's going to be battle cruisers or something. It is Ravens. But all you've seen are planetary fortresses and missile fucking turrets. What the fuck? GG Lords was the plan. What were your memes straight out of 2013? GG Lords. Just like your brainstem, the range and effectiveness was cut off by about 40% like 2 years ago. Broodlords barely counter missile turrets nowadays. Broodlords are not the direct, like, Broodlords are okay. It's not a terrible idea. At least you're thinking of them. But Broodlords, they're at 10 range. They used to be at about 14. And it's a little fuzzy because of how the broodlings work. And how they, like, kind of throw them out, but you can, a little like carriers. But Broodlords are not your game-ending move most of the time. You know what your game-ending move could have been? Is punch him in the fucking face.
Exhausted.
Yeah, swarm hosts are okay, but that would require using army hotkeys, so that's right out. Lurkers could be good, but that might require using any hotkeys, so that's also out. So you know what? I'm on the Broodlord train. Let's go. Broodlords, at least you can A-move, potentially. We'll give them that. Ah, yes, more hatcheries to not hotkey, or maybe we hotkeyed them, but still no roach speed.
Swarm forces under attack.
Is that a Widow Mine? There's no roach. You don't have roach speed. You don't have fucking roach speed. You've got 2 spires. You've got however many corruptors that who knows where they are because we have 0 hotkeys except for 4 roaches. The 4 roaches that you could have won the game with 8 minutes ago. The 4 roaches you originally hotkeyed 8 minutes and 80 IQ ago are the only units that are fucking hotkeyed. But here we are.
Swarm forces under attack.
Now, we can't possibly go kill those liberators with our corruptors because that would be too many hotkeys. Yeah, this is obviously like
Get the fuck out of here!
forever diamond, no matter what like effective like 3-point-something MMR. Forever. Like this, the critical thinking skills of a particularly challenged koala, and also the reaction time and mental acuity, as well as the ability to think ahead. It's like, where's my eucalyptus? It's like, I have no idea where to find eucalyptus. Probably next to the roach speed on the... Wait a second.
Swarm mutated. Swarm forces under attack. Cluster under direct. Swarm forces under attack.
Here are all the roaches that you can win the game with, by the way.
Mutation complete. Under attack. Mineral field.
Is he still gonna fucking win this game? Of course he's gonna win the game. That will really... If he ends up winning, especially if the Terran is a little ragey at the end, like Terrans like this usually are. Oh, that's the extra icing on the shit show cake. The only way to even redeem a little bit would be to lose here. At least be like... I had no idea what to do. I tried Broodlord, it didn't work out. But if the Broodlords just end up winning with all the roaches that don't have speed and should have been built 20, like not even, it feels like 20 minutes ago. Well, I guess that base is gone. There's no way to defend 2 places at once. Has Diamond taken a hit? This looks like silver and gold. Well, maybe it's hard to tell if you don't fucking play yourself, you Twitch chat grandmaster. Every time I see that, in fact, Diamond is pretty rough. It's not that terrible. It's really not that bad. It's a lack of critical thinking skills, but his mechanics aren't terrible. His brain is. Whereas when you're sitting in Twitch chat on your high horse that you probably fell off and damaged your head a few dozen years ago, which was ironically probably the last time you actually played a game, well, it looks different, yes. But, like, his mechanics aren't bad. His decision-making is terrible. It's terrible. His build barely existed. But, like, he's not a bad player. He's just bad at playing. Oh, wait, no. The other way around. He's good at playing. He's a bad player. That's what I meant. I just haven't played the game in a while. I use hotkeys. I use my macro hatches. Okay, I'm sorry. One sec. Let me break this down. That's not... That... Does... Okay. Yeah, that's not how it fucking works. I haven't played the game in a while. No, you don't. You used hotkeys. Okay, that's how it works. Alright. And also, you're way shittier than you think you are. Or were. Sorry. We're not... in present tense, if you haven't played in this expansion. At least he played. Whatever this is.
Swarm forces under attack.
You need to bring overseers.
Mineral cluster expand. Swarm forces under attack. Depleted.
Ever since Hong Kong, I've had a hard time supporting Blizzard. Of course, we're going to play the Hong Kong card, which is a shit show, and not in a good way. And Blizzard is terrible for it. And I feel comfortable saying this, because Blizzard also isn't supporting Starcraft. So what's your excuse? Both of you haven't looked at the game in a long while.
Swarm forces under attack.
Maybe take another look to either. It isn't his replay. He was just criticizing the person whose replay it is. He was on his high horse across the board. At some point, we'll build overseers.
Forces hive cluster under direct assault sequences. Swarm forces under attack. Hive cluster sequences.
When was the last time we built an... How many How do you have 0 overseers? How many widow mines have you gotten hit by? Have you built a single one? Oh my god. I think there were overseers at some point. There was one. He built one. We were rationing. We built one overseer. Widow mines. 48 widow mines. Widow mines have been hitting across... I think there's still... Yeah, there's been widow mines here. I was wondering if they were still here, because I noticed... We looked at it. We saw the widow mines in the middle of the map like 3 times now. On camera. On his camera. And they're still... So, like... You know, I think you might actually lose. Of course, in the saddest possible way, which is just the classic not having detection. Instead of some just dramatic outright loss. Oh, the new widow mines again! How many times? So what is your reaction? You just got hit in the... There is no way to mistake that. It was super obvious there are widow mines. The first reaction is, well, gotta go micro my corruptors somewhere. Bases are dying to hellbats. The brood lords are just sitting out in the middle of nowhere. But I guess it's time for some fucking corruptor micro. That'll do it.
Mineral field exhausted. Swarm forces under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field exhausted. Hive cluster swarm forces under attack. Mineral field swarm forces under attack.
We hope at this. By the way, the Overseers have anti-F2 mode. You press the W key, and it puts them into Oversight mode, which gives a little more vision. And it makes it so they don't fly into fucking Widow Mines. It was one of the only things that has ever been added to the game that benefited both terrible and reasonably good players. The same is true for the Observers. It was described as an anti-F2 mechanic that also had some practical use because it gives a little more vision, 25% more, as well as detection.
Swarm forces under attack.
This is a disaster. We already had 3 strikes here. Like, this is the classic over-microwing units that never should have been built in the first place. Like, the Broodlords, I'll give you this. The Broodlords were probably the right call. But, and you guys have phones. You guys have phones. Unfortunately, no matter what you did specifically, it was going to be a disaster. Because nothing is more, like, if at any point Widow Mines hit you in the face, nothing else, like, you get hit directly in the face with a Widow Mine, and you look past the Widow Mine, which somehow you didn't see it, and you're like, that guy over there. No. How about the Widow Mine? How about that? Okay.
Swarm forces. Hive cluster. Direct assault. Hive cluster. SP direct cluster expended. Swarm forces under attack. Nuclear launch observed. Imminent field exhaust. Hive cluster under direct assault.
Yeah. Did we ever get roach speed? Nope. The Terran is really trying to throw here. Doing his best. Will it be enough? Oh, this was sent in as an epic comeback. How many kills? The thing is, well, they're dead now. I'm not sure if they moved. I'm not sure if some of these are them. And also they weren't killing things they one-shot. It was doing a ton of splash, though.
Nuclear launch.
Did you not? Hello? Hello? Do you not hear the guns? Where did the ghosts go? I definitely heard ghosts. Did we actually have an overseer? Oh, it was one ghost. Where did he go? How did he die? Oh, he just left. Okay, never mind.
Forces under attack. Cluster under direct assault. Swarm forces under hive cluster under direct assault. Hive cluster under direct assault. Middle cluster expended. Swarm forces under attack. Hive cluster under direct assault.
At this point, wow, the Zerglings don't even have speed. At this point, there's not enough gas to build overseers. Oh, that's the last overseer. Be careful. Oh my god.
Hive cluster under direct assault.
Ugh. Instead of winning the game at like 4 minutes, you decided it's much more exciting to lose after 30 more. Like, that's barely... No, I'm actually going to put it... We're going to call it a shame. But I'm actually... Because I've been... It goes in the total bitch column. You had 4 roaches that could have won the game. And you're like... Nope. I'm going to sit here, let him take a third, and then forget roach... Like, it's not quite... We'll jam it into that column. We're putting it there. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Like, you're not bad at playing. You're just a bad player. Which could be a compliment, depending on how you feel about it. So, I'd take it as one, if you'd like. Alright, name was taken. This is a mess. Alright. Mostly wins against Mr. Smurf. Plenty of masters at the same MMR in there. Playing a lot of games though. So I'll give credit for that. Here. Look at all those games. Solid games. Like, can we get a breakdown of the matchups? Zerg versus Protoss, 81%. Zerg versus Terran, 50%. ZVZ is 35%. Well, Protoss locked down. Well enough. Thank you, Prairie Dogs. I just don't enjoy it. So we'll do against Mr. Ostensibly Smurf. Oh, he's not a Smurf, by the way. Well, no, he's not. This is... I bet... Wait. I gotta see what portrait he has. That's very important here. He has... Oh, no. Like, if he doesn't have the Kaczynski portrait, just don't even read into it. Everyone knows. Without the Kaczynski, maybe with, like, the Notice Me Senpai portrait or whatever the fuck it is, occasionally. Side question, but I almost never see Tempest on ESL. Can you explain? What is ESL? Could you be significantly more specific? Then I never see Tempest because I didn't watch very many late game Protoss versus Terrans. So there's a small chance he said GLHF in the countdown, which doesn't show up for some reason in replays. Or don't respond, that's also fine. So this is 3K, right? 3K-ish, yeah. Leagues no longer matter. We just have to expect that going to the future.
Evolution complete.
Yeah, you need more queens, need more overlords. It's kind of basic. There's a reason you got 600 minerals. No, more queens. Always more queens. Like 8 queens by 5 minutes. Or 6. Well, like 5.5. There's no reason. Watch any game of Raynor or Cyril or Dark. Against Protoss. Against Terran. And sometimes against Zerg. There's at least, like, minimum 6 queens. Especially if you're defending early.
enemy is attacking your swarm.
Evolution complete.
So, a couple things. One, those were Widow Mines. So, the Widow Mines exist. Why wouldn't Z want more queens against Zerg? Well, queens are not as effective against lings and roaches as they are against, say, medevacs or oracles. And you don't, in mirror matchups, you don't always have, in ZVZ, you don't always have the economy to just spend a few hundred more minerals on queens. Here, Mr. Name was taken, made it to 4 minutes, and then he did decide, like, he wasn't sure what to invest his minerals in, so I would suggest fucking anything. No. Widowmine drop means build in general at about 420. This is good in Protoss and Terran matchups. If you don't have spores at 420 and you haven't confirmed they're attacking you with like Marines right now, build some spores, one in each mineral line. Not on a weird side of each mineral line, in each mineral line, just in the center area. Because it's very likely, like he had Widow Mines, he's probably going to drop said Widow Mines. I know it sounds like crazy jumping to conclusions, but believe it or not, I've experienced it a few times. Like, we saw the Widow Mines on the other side. Now we have to assume that at some point there will be Widow Mines on our side of the map. This entire game comes down to just build spores. Like, we're going to lose the whole main because the minimap doesn't exist. There it goes. At least the Overseers were in a somewhat timely manner, but I think they were a little too late. No, don't rally into them. You know, you're really... No, that's... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, God.
On purpose?
Just build a spore. Just build the spores. You should build the spores before seeing the Widow Mines, but once you see any Widow Mine...
Base under attack.
We don't need that, like... You gotta have a little bit of, just because they're not in your backyard yet, doesn't mean they won't be in your backyard in like a minute and a half. It is unfucking acceptable to lose even half that many drones. Like, even if the Widow Mines were unscouted, unprepared for, and unseen before they dropped out, losing 34 drones means at any level higher than this, you should lose the game within the next few minutes. Like, that is just unfucking believable and unfucking acceptable. And you cannot do it. You can't do it. Like, it's over. And the thing is, you saw the mines. You saw them. They killed your overlord. The mines killed the scouting OV. Notice how I call it a scouting OV.
Good. Now I have your attention.
All done evolving. For now, anyway. The swarm is threatened. Your precious base.
We're gonna, it's impressive to bank up that much money while after losing that many drones. I will say, if you got 1,000 minerals and you can't spend it, and you've used all your larvae, which has not been attempted here, if you use all your larvae and you still got over 1,000 minerals, build another hedge. Who fucking cares where? It doesn't matter where. Build another, keep doing it until you learn to either spend your money or have enough larvae to use it. Unfortunately, it's both sides of the problem here. One, we have the larva, and even though we do, it still would be banking money using it.
Your swarm is now bigger. A mineral field has been depleted. You took all the minerals from that cluster, you thief. Mutation base under attack. Did you build your brood is under attack?
So
your base is under attack.
Hydras. Oh, we got both upgrades.
Field depleted.
Yeah. Most games are over when you lose 34 drones in the first 6 minutes. Or 7. Well, it was like 7. Usually it'd be quicker.
Did you build it all in the main?
It should be over, but the Terran kind of just forgot what upgrades were.
Mutation.
Oh, this just ends. Okay, it does just end. He let us... I will give him credit for letting me pick from the account. Like, you gotta build a spore at 420. And you can't lose 34 drones to Widow Mines. Especially not Widow Mines you saw. So... I think overall, Hydroling Bane, that's the way to go. Spend your money in a timely manner, but, like, you can't lose 34 drones to Widow Mines. It's just all... It's already over at that point.
The enemy is attacking your swarm. Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice. Check the replay. Find that play button.
The only saving grace on that, on the 3K there, was that he sent in the account. That was the saving grace. That's what makes it a B- instead of a C+. Because now with Hope Score, we're doing most likely to raise 200 MMR in a couple weeks. For 3K, it'd be about 10 games a week. I think after 20 games, he'll go up a little. But it's going to depend on how many ZVPs. It was fine. But like I keep saying, anything 4K and below, it usually isn't decided in the first 5 minutes. But it could be. That game, if there were spore crawlers, it wouldn't have stopped the first round of drones from dying, but it would have stopped the second. If there was a spore crawler in each base, maybe only 20 drones die, which is somewhat less devastating, and it's dealt with quicker. But, like, you can't see Widow Mines, ignore them, have Widow Mines show up, kill all your drones, build more drones, rally them into the mines, lose the drones again, and then try to play the rest of the game. It's already, like, it's not going to happen. Can't even pretend like that's going to happen. Oh yeah, we're raising the price. Nobody sent in, I'm just remembering. $42. We're wrapping up with these. I'm losing my voice. Got much louder. The Zergs make me louder, because the Zergs are, like, aggressively stupid. Terrans are, like, they try to explain their stupidity with, like, 3 paragraphs of bullshit. Whereas the Zergs are like, I don't know, I didn't make spores. Like, I didn't make any, I forgot roach speed. Forgot Zergling speed. Those are the kind of games. That's what we've had. Same MMR as the Terrans. The Terrans are like, I didn't really have a build, but I tried to hit my 2-2 timing, and I had 3 barracks, and I switched over to the reactors. The Zergs are like, yeah, I just forgot roach speed. And also Overseers for like 3 minutes. Like, And that's where we are. Serious business man. Expecting Masters in another 8 years. Help me get there. Wait. So the Zerg wins. The Zerg, I forget. He said at the time, but... Oh, Terran, yes. There's your paragraph, by the way. The Fandangler. So, can you tell us which you're gonna be? Are you going to be the I've studied Big Gabe's notebook of epic builds and done them perfectly and trained for 500 games against the AI? Or is this a I know I'm supposed to go Marine Tank, but I'll find my way there? As a serious businessman, I still can't decide. This is like 3.2.
Command center upgrade complete.
So this is not a TVZ build. You can't just slap down a reactor and call it, like, you're supposed to build a factory to get Hellions. Because then, if you don't do that, you don't have any Hellions. And then you just build Zerglings. Like, this is pretty fucking basic. No, you don't build it after, because then the Hellions aren't out by the time the Zerglings are in your base. You build a Reaper, then a Marine, then a factory, then a reactor. Like in essentially every single TVZ that any professional player has played that didn't go gas first.
Forces are under attack. Base
Oh, well, here we are.
is under attack.
Okay.
Command center
Yeah.
add-on
Alright.
complete.
So now we're in this situation. I did not know this. You made a serious effort not to. Congratulations. You could watch any professional Terran game, not just recently, like for almost literally the last 10 years. Like, you've managed to avoid learning anything in the last 10 years. I say this because the build order is almost the same. The supply count is different, but the order in which you build things is almost identical even to Wings of Liberty. The build time it takes on a factory and on a reactor are the same as Wings of Liberty. The timing you get the factory and the reactor are the same as Wings of Liberty. The Terran players and their ignorance are the same as Wings of Liberty, but it's less fun now. Except for that 1 year that all Terrans did 2-1-1, yes. And that's still like a third of Diamond players who think they can micro. Even Pro Terrans don't really do it anymore because, well, it's like Maru, Clem, and that's it. That's all who's allowed to do it. Beyond tries, but Beyond is not Beyond it. Like, sometimes he looks like it, but there's Maru and Clem. Maru and Clem get to do that. That's it. Like, that's the short list.
Your forces are under attack. Base
Is his wrist too messed up? I mean, he got to the semifinals and only by that much lost to Raynor. So obviously it's still pretty. He got the furthest of any Terran, and he was the last Terran standing
Your forces
by a pretty decent margin.
under attack. Complete.
Do your 2 base all-ins usually start with a 3rd command center? Because that's very Terran of you. Was Beyond his wrist too messed up? No, he got dropped in a group with TY, Clem, and Maru. Beyond got in TY, Clem, and Maru's group. And TVT has never been Beyond's specialty. So that's what happened to Beyond.
Add-on complete. Add-on complete. Command center upgrade complete.
The build, like, okay, why are you salvaging the bunker? Do you need the 75 minerals? Is that really that important? Is it more important than building Marines constantly? Or, you know, like, getting upgrades? Like, this is the, I know what units I'm supposed to build, and I have an idea of what it's eventually supposed to look like. I just have no idea how to get there. Which is the more easily fixable version. It's the, you just need to learn a fucking build. Not even a good build, you just need to pretend like you know a build. Not a, I guess, Marines and a siege tank, and then some more barracks. Like, try to do a build and then end up here and you'll get there quicker. This was just kind of stumbling into 5 racks and 3 CCs, which is fine. especially against this tier of Zerg. But ideally, you don't just end up there. You get there with purpose instead of as an afterthought.
Research complete. Base is under attack. Base is under your forces are under attack.
So, you know how you determine who's going to really win in kind of close matches at this level? Like 3K to 4K? Now, let me go back a little bit to the fight. You know how you know who's going to win? That. Based on that, the Terran wins. He's at least trying to build shit. He's failing mostly. But, like, at making some non-zero attempt to build units while anything else is happening. People have builds. I thought we were all just improvising. Memorization seems against the spirit of the game. Have you tried Minecraft? Minecraft is a lot of fun.
Research. Your forces are under attack. Add-on complete. Your forces are under attack. Complete. Upgrade complete.
Can I get to Masters in Minecraft? I mean, as a serious businessman, you should know all about holding two completely different and contradictory. Like right now, our eventual end run is getting to Masters, but in the short term, we're looking at short-term goals and reasonable targets that our team can hit. So what are we saying? Now, we all know that currently the market favors build orders, and build orders are all the rage, but improvisation has a lot of good energy behind it and a lot of good know-how. So I think we should invest in improvisation, despite having no return on investment in the last decade of Starcraft 2. I think if you invest today in improvisation, then we can hit Masters. I'm sure it'll work out for you.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Just make shit up.
Command center upgrade complete.
And also, for someone who's improvising, you're ending up with exactly the same units that you'll see from better players. Where's my fucking... I don't even know. All Terran units are good. Hellbat, Reaper, Banshee. Where is it?
Base is under attack. Upgrade. Base. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Like, this kind of comes down to, one, like, remembering upgrades exist. We got an upgrade advantage, but the micro's not there, so the macro has to be. You don't need micro. It's almost... Somebody out there, I think, made a series that got to Masters, so much as it means nowadays, but like got to like 4,500 MMR with less than 100 APM, which would be right about your speed. I don't know who it was.
Mineral field depleted. Base.
And they might have even included the forbidden builds.
Under attack. Mineral field depleted.
I won't tell anyone if you won't.
Depleted.
Legally, we never talked about this. Should I have had 3-3 by this point? Yeah, about 5 minutes ago you could have. It's not like you didn't have... Once again, every time somebody asks, like, should I have had this? The answer is, do you have 1,000 minerals and 700 gas? Then yes, you should have fucking had it. When you're floating a 3-3 worth of minerals and gas for the last 5 minutes, then yes. Very rarely do you get to play a strategy game at this level. It's only generously around 5,000 MMR, which is probably still quite low, that occasionally do get to play a strategy game. Until then, you're playing who gets supply blocked less, who builds more units, and who has them in the right spot a little bit better. You can add some strategy in, but in the long term, and overall, it is usually to your detriment. What? Classic Terran leave. I mean, I guess it's over, but... Okay, not even gonna fight it out. So yeah, like that was... What was that? 32. It's a good solid quarter. We're looking for exactly the same thing on the next one. Should I switch composition when I saw Endless Limbs and Banes? How many times do I have to say it's not about what you're building, it's that there's not enough of it? How many, like, you have the revenue, you need to create the product, okay? You have the venture capital, you need to invest it in manufacturing. You have your cake, now eat it too. It doesn't matter what you're building, when you end the game with 1,500 minerals, 800 gas, and nothing significant in production, that's your problem. It's a supply chain and a supply depot issue. Not unit composition.
New subscriber detected.
Need to give us that more shit beats less shit lecture with Microsoft Paint.
It's like the Protoss who heard 19 probes should go down the ramp without connecting the Nexus dot. As we saw earlier. Thank you, guy. It's like, no, I meant expand. I didn't explicitly say it, but you don't just bring your probe down the ramp and sit there. We have another 3,200 MMR Terrans. Next week, Terrans are going to be double fucking price because of you guys. Lucky you. Because today was literally... I mean, we still have... What, one more after this? Thank God. But what was this? It was like 10, 11 Terrans. 1 or 2 very sad Gold League Protoss. I think we're about to have one more at the end. Assuming nobody pays $42, which is designed to be just enough to not annoy me while still prohibiting most people. Angry Coach next week confirmed. Maybe I will just preemptively cancel it, expecting too many Terrans. It's like, Winter, do you hate money? You know what? I'm not greedy. Unlike some of you guys banking up 2,200 minerals and leaving the fucking game. You can't take it with you. No, I'm saving it up. This is a roguelite, right? I'm pretty sure that barracks is in the wrong spot. I'm not 100% though. You're gonna come in here with my clan tag. And oh my god. And you're gonna hurt me like this? You're gonna hurt me like this? God!
Why?
I poked myself in the... Ah. You're gonna... Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Ugh. Poke myself in the eye so I don't have to see this, apparently. Was that a real jar? What the fuck does a jar mean to you? Is this a jar? What country do you live in? Like Europe? That this is a jar? A jar?
Your upgrade complete.
if I see another fucking Terran, this is the new thing. Another Terran who builds the reactor. This is like 4 for 4, between 3 and 3.5. You build the factor. Watch one game. All I ask is you pay attention for 3 minutes of one match. Of Maru for one match. You can download the I Am Katowice replays. You could watch it right the fuck now. It's really not hard. Spawningtool.com. Don't download the replays. I know this sounds very complicated already. One game. One. It's going to be the one game where Maru doesn't go Hellions. In fact, Maru doesn't go Hellions that often because he micros Marines. So that's about anyone but Maru and Clem. Innovation. Okay. TY. Not Maru and Clem. Whatever you do, do not copy them. Those are people you do not copy. You have no hope of that. I have no hope of that. TY? Okay. Innovation? Maybe. Not Maru and Clem. No. No. Anyone else?
Add-on complete.
Cure? Cure! Cure is perfect. Yes, copy Cure. Cure, the pro gamer who makes it look like you could be a pro gamer. Cure is probably the best, actually. Copy Cure.
Command center upgrade. Add-on complete. Your forces are under attack.
Cure's builds are literally designed to beat people who are better than him. I'm just no offense, Cure. Some offense, Cure. Like, but that's like he knows how to do it. He's good at it. His micro is just not as good as most other Terrans or players in general, but his builds are strong, and he sticks to them. If they are beating people better than him, wouldn't that make him better? That's not how it works. Alright? It's not how it works.
Add-on complete.
What are the 2 medevacs for? Wait, what are we doing with 2 medevacs? What are the medevacs? Well, I have... How many times? This is like the 5th time today we've seen this. Well, I'm getting medevacs. For who? Who gets the medevacs? What are the medevacs for? Maybe Hellbats? The armory won't be done for a minute. Okay, 40 seconds. The medevacs will be done right the fuck now. They're for the Marines and they get made. You see, one game of Cure. Alright, against any Zerg. And copy that. My bad. Yes, that's why we're here.
Add-on complete. Add-on complete.
You know, you could have salvaged this by, like, using Hellbats with medevacs as the armory finished. The late armory just finished. If there were 2 medevacs, maybe you bring some Marines along. For the stim that's finished, you have a deadly army. This is actually a potentially game-winning attack. The Zerg has a lot of queens, but not so many. It's an it's not an overwhelming number. Got no banelings. Has a baneling nest, but got no banelings. Right now, you could have 6 Hellbats, 10 Marines, and 2 medevacs with stim. That's potentially game-winning. But what do? You build those medevacs and fucking sit there. Wait for it. Give me 10 seconds. That's not how it fucking works. I don't have... That's why I charge for this. Because I don't have the 10 seconds and then 10 times the 10 seconds that every one of you fucking 3.24k Terrans, which are almost exactly that, by the way, are doing the exact same fucking thing in the exact same fucking way and wondering why you lose every fucking time. Except when you don't, because the Zerg's like, I'm gonna make 74 Zerglings and run into your wall and fail. That's the only time it does work, rather.
Research complete.
Alright. Okay, wait. He says wait 10 seconds. We're gonna wait. Okay. We start at 542.
Research complete.
It's medevac number 3. Come on down. So 40 seconds. What you meant was 40 seconds. Ah, yes. Easily confused. Time just seems to move faster when you're terrible. Stop. At least he didn't salvage his bunker. So that'll give him the extra 20 MMR he has on the last Terran. There you go. The game speed is faster, so time does move on faster. No, it fucking doesn't. Not anymore. It used to move faster, but now faster is 1 second equals 1 second. In Legacy of the Void, it was switched. It's a joke, XD. How are we supposed to know it's a joke if you don't put a kappa on the end? We're well past kappas for jokes. We're well past... the good old days. The thing is, this isn't even a bad attack. If 1-1 was on time, honestly, kind of an impressive attack. Not even that late. This almost looks like if 1-1 was quicker, if combat shields was a little quicker. Like, the Hellbat just man blocked. Hellbat man. No. Kill the, win the game. The production behind.
Command center upgrade.
That's not enough Rex.
Complete. Your forces are under attack.
But actually, an NG base on the orbital key with 2-2 started. Medevacs for all, okay? Like, we got it.
Depleted.
Oh my god, and even like I've come around. I've come around, by the way. It wasn't like, once again, it's another like, learn one build and pretend to do it, and then you'll end up here quicker. You'll be here, but like 30 seconds quicker or better. Except you just trip over yourself to open up the game, and then eventually stumble to your feet with a decent army. Like, there needs to be racks 4 and 5, between 40 and 50 SCVs. About every 10 SCVs about, you add more racks on. So like between 30 and 40, you want to make sure you get to 3 racks. And then 40 to 50 is 4 and 5. It's usually how it goes. Before a 4th command center, you need 5 racks. I know it's easier to build a what you don't need right now is a command center and 2 more depots. What you do need is more fucking Marines.
Mineral field depleted.
You don't need any more depots. Build bunkers. I don't know how you got this many.
Mineral field depleted. Command center upgrade complete.
Just build bunkers. Nobody does that enough.
Complete.
Alright, so we've got 2 control groups, 3-3 on point at 11 minutes, 4 bases.
Upgrade complete.
A double drop in the main. Not ideal, but obviously the attempt was there. There's production behind. It obviously went not great. Yeah, this is what trying too hard looks like. You're actually doing it right, but you're not nearly good enough to do stuff like that. Just build way more Marines, way quicker, and that's it. That's the whole build. His tanks are fine too, but... No, like, just build more Marines. If you had built 30 more Marines, then we wouldn't be here. But here we are. The thing is, also, you gave it the I guess, which is, come on. Like, come on. Come on. You whittled down your army into bite-sized pieces. You're like, here, here. And he's like, oh, tasty, very good. Because, like, dropping in the main and then threatening the middle of the map rocks are not, like, significant objectives. You don't trade 60 supply to tickle a hive and then damage some rocks. It's not worth it. I am ashamed. It's still an A-. It was quite good. You might actually do this. Go download spawningtool.com. I will bring it up. You know how to get there. Because I think you'll actually do it. Because you did the whole desperate, like, it was only $10, but I don't understand how Twitch works, and I like learning how to play. Spawningtool.com. You go, I am Katowice, replay pack. And I know it does, so, and it's going to link you to a tweet with the replay pack. But you can look through the Twitter responses, and the replies to that tweet will be the actual replay pack. Yes. A tiny bit more research because they fucked up the link, but somebody else found it. I think it was Nice Username who just finds everything. And go steal a cure build. And pretend to do it. And you'll be fine. That was the best Terran game we saw tonight in terms of close to playing well. $10 is a week's salary for me. Okay, pro waterboarder. Maybe if Dick Cheney wasn't so fucking stingy. But you knew what you were getting into. Also, that's all right. And I'm going to give it Marines 100%. It brings it to the top. Thank you for... Wait, no, we're not done. Shit. We still have the gold Protoss. Oh, no. I mean, next up... Wait, no. Next up is Atumos, who is 2450 Protoss. Hey, we get another Protoss. So that's cool, I guess. What is this? What is this? The reason you don't do this is because now you're supply blocked on 31 as well. Like this just, I don't know. We're not even pretending to do a real build. We're just making shit up. It's like, I watched Parting do this one time, and he was #1 GM on NA. It's like, well, yeah, of course he was. And I doubt he was sober. And also, don't copy Parting. Not even Parting should copy Parting, and he rarely does. Is making shit up really that bad? No, it's not that bad. It's not good. But you can make shit up all you want. And enjoy the Gold League. Like, you want to have fun with the game? I'm happy to see it. This is called coaching, where I pretend to, like, tell you how to play. So when you're like, but I like to improvise, then why the fuck are you here? Thank you, JW, for this, for the raid as well. Hopefully you had a good stream. Gold League heroes yeet. Is that a positive or a negative statement? I don't speak Zoomer. I went Stargate because I saw... No, wait, what? You shouldn't... The Stargate would have been a good choice. You see, Bob, one of the only people who's gotten actual coaching. Bob is right. Good job, Bob. The Stargate should have been happening. The Stargate is just a thing that happens. It's a good thing to have. Almost every game has a Stargate. It should not be a reaction to anything. And also, wait, what? I went Stargate. No, there's no way you went Stargate because you saw a Roach Warren. That's actually just... Wait. Wait. Am I dumb? I normally just go your Robobell. Did he? Okay, he did. Ah! Fucking Jimmy! Not again. Every goddamn time. I can't handle this. Fired. Hello, probe. Get out of my face. Not again. The Robo build, you know, a Robo is better. Well, not necessarily better. Stargate is good. I like the Stargate. The Stargate is just a good basic choice. Have we had a single Zerg? No, we haven't had any Zergs, unless you're not fucking blind. Or missed at least 1/3 of this. Alright, you need more pylons. Did you watch the coaching? I can't even be mad about the gates.
Oh, it's so fucking stupid. It hurts so much.
What the fuck is this? What is happening? It's the yearly Overlord migration where they go to their breeding grounds and you don't want to watch that. I don't know. Phoenixes. 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 Not carrier. Not the singular carrier. Phoenixes. Phoenixes are a direct and potentially literally untouchable counter to Mutas. They can outrange them and move faster and fire while moving. With even some decent Phoenix micro, like 4 Phoenixes can kill 10 Mutas. Whereas a carrier gets... you don't have even chrono boosted delivery time on this. Like, a carrier isn't even that great against Mutas. It doesn't kill him that quick, especially one carrier. Yeah, a little late on the oh my god one Void Ray comes home. Tell your friends to build Phoenixes, Void Ray. They're building carriers, like that's the idea. Tell them to build Phoenixes. Nope, Chrono Boost the carrier. This is the only acceptable time to build cannons, by the way. This is the only acceptable time. I'll not get upset about 10 cannons being built instead of anything else. I mean, there should be anything else too, because you can afford it. But like, this is the time you build those cannons. Ah, because there wasn't a forge. At least you were thinking it, which is both good and bad. Like, shield batteries exist. Let me remind you. Shield batteries are very good. They're just a little tiny bit harder to use. Okay, so you don't want to be the hard-stuck 2K player who never commits to a third. Okay? Now you defended it. No, but you gotta, like, you are defending this now. Losing the third is kind of close to losing the game. Especially past, like, 6 minutes. You don't want to be, even if it doesn't matter that much at this level, you should commit to defending the third. The army should be sitting on the third. Not over here, on the third. The Stargate units can go somewhere else, but the Stalkers should be hugging the third. So that way, exactly what's happening right now doesn't fucking happen. No. On the third! On the fucking third! On top of it! Around it! Above it! Not over to the side and hope it's okay and then maybe we'll show up later. No, yeah, the Stalkers should be grinding up on it like the middle school dance. That's a weird way to say a sentence. But Stalkers are a Starcraft unit, okay? Let's make it... Let's, don't blink. No! No! I don't care! Or carrier. Oh my god. Hey, it looks like we're learning a little. No, 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 stop it! I mean, hotkeys would be nice. We're pretending to use an army hotkey here, but I don't think it's really working out. And this is why Phoenixes. Phoenixes with range. Because Phoenixes fly faster than Mutas. Carriers do not. And Stalkers do not fly. That is why Phoenixes. This shouldn't be a base trade. Oh no. Hey, understands the mechanics of a base trade. It shouldn't. How to. And now it gets like, your army wins a fight. Unfortunately, it appears we're at the point where we're too frustrated to take one. Oh no. Hey, at least there's a lot of preparation for it. Oh no. What a mess. Oh. Oh my god. Hey. He says he's only played for a week and a half. Phoenixes. Okay? And just grind up on the third. Get up in there. And also shield batteries exist. For 2,400 in a week and a half, I'll give it a B+. Like, you will be going up in MMR. It'll be hard not to. You built Void Rays and a third. Like, come on. That's like IEM group stage right there. So, good to go. And that will conclude. It could have been worse. It could have been worse. But that will conclude the Angry Coach Marathon. I hope you enjoyed. Like and subscribe. A nice short, about 4 hours and 20 minutes, I think. Thank you for watching. Good luck and have fun.